my guest today, reoccurring guest who has been raising our frequencies multiple times. Welcome, Barrett. I do love that sound. You got your own bells. Yeah, and the sound of water is also very nice and soothing. That seems loud in my head. Is that loud to you? I have to bring it right down here. But tuning forks, DNA repair, deep meditation, all these things can help raise our frequencies. So welcome, Barrett, to another episode. Actually, no, a first episode. Let me just turn that off. A first episode of a very special series of raising frequencies. And it's going to be going till August 1st, right to the end of July. We're going to be focusing on positive affirmations, uh, healing, raising frequencies, and trying to help people to, because the weight is very heavy right now. Um, and the news is probably the worst place to go. The news is probably not a good place to raise your frequencies. One good way is good friends, good company, um, laughter. Laughing is a great way to raise our frequencies. How are you today, Barrett?
Being in your beautiful company, lovely brother Paul. Thank you for the opportunity as always.
Well, I wanted you to kick off this special, because the Truth Table um, seasons are finished, and I'm watching. We're both watching what's going on in the world today, and I know that there's a need to lift people up because everything else is bombarding wars and fear. So I was hoping to get people tools to be able to raise your frequencies and empower yourselves. And I know Bio-Activator um, is one such way. You also help people dealing with trauma, right? Oh, you had a name for it. I can't remember. Uh, like I'm totally blank there. But you help people um, with trauma and negativity. Can you explain what you do there and how people can maybe um, get help from you if they need it?
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I'd like to begin, if I may. I would like to share with our viewers. I actually wrote one or two paragraphs down for this show, and it sits very close to my heart. In this moment, frequency is not something to chase, but something to remember. It rises naturally as you return to the quiet knowing of who you are beyond validation, beyond performance. So basically, it rises naturally as you return to the quiet knowing of who you are and beyond validation and beyond performance. When you stand rooted in your own presence, aligned with your higher awareness, your energy speaks before words ever need to. There is no need to prove worth where truth is embodied. For the body, the breath, stillness becomes the message itself from this place of inner sovereignty, life begins to respond in harmony, and what you radiate becomes the invitation for others to rise. So that is embedded in the bioactivator's nucleus, in as far as our signature on everything that we do. And its presence, it is the footprint, it is our alignment with any form of contact, whether it's an animal, whether it's a plant, human alike. So that is embedded in our nucleus. And because on reflection, we are not harming ourselves in any shape or form. We are in a place um, where we are embedded in that place of kindness, sovereignty, compassion, empathy, sensitivity. So it's a powerful invitation where people feel safe in your company, and they begin to open up and let go of things that is unnatural. So,
Mm.
do you want to add anything to that, Paul?
No, I agree. No, yeah, I saw your message, rooted, aligned, and free, and yeah, I'm I'm hoping that we can help somebody, anybody, or multiple people, to empower them. That's my goal. Really, is to um, lift lift people up and help them to survive, because I believe it's going to be overwhelming for many, and I think we can. Hello, Angeline, our beautiful friend. So wonderful to see you. I asked her to also be a guest, and in the hopes of being able to just give some positive messaging um, during dark times and in wars. Um, it's going to I believe it's going to get heavier and heavier until July, according to Jean Dixon. Even though I don't put all my eggs in one basket when it comes to psychics, but she's been so accurate that I have a little faith in her. And Angeline also is a holistic viewpoint, and you are a spiritual viewpoint. So I think um, it's important that we show people that they're not alone, and they don't need to feel alone. And I'm hoping they can lift other people with what we can do to help. What we share with them, hopefully they will be able to lift other people up around them, and in these hard times, and that's why you're here.
Yeah,
Because you lift me up with your positive uh, feedback. I value that.
thank you, Paul. Likewise. I mean, it's thank you for sharing that, and that beautiful Angeline. Um, much love to you as well, and to our beautiful viewers. It's so important to be impeccable with the words that you use, because words are kind of spell words as well. But the intention rooted is not to disturb the peace, not to create conflict in any shape or form, but to create a level of alkalinity, to alkaline. And it's an extension of, as you become more aligned with yourself and you let go of things that is not lived experience for you, because there's no point listening to other people sometimes, because it may not be it may not be true. So, how do you validate? How do you authenticate truth? That's the trillion dollar
Mm,
question. How do you siphon between what is real and what is fake? Um, so once you become more aligned with the authenticity of who you are, it becomes a natural rhythm. So, and you do a form of regression because I've been doing regression for many years. There's nothing magical or mystical about regression. It's you create a wonderful vortex of energy where people can be themselves and they can chill, they can relax and release things that really is not serving their higher purpose in life. And there's so many things people can do to raise their frequency, like conscious eating, conscious breathing, conscious connection with people. See beyond the veil, go beyond the physical presence of the person that's with you. Try to see where they're coming from. Try to feel their frequency because there's a form of indoctrination being going on. So the labels that we possess is not the real you. Try to feel what it is to be the real person and feel their energy. Um, and you will do it automatically if you're aligned. It's not you're showering with lots of words. It's your presence. Um, Well, Angeline's just thrown in this very powerful message. It feels like there is no way to know the truth. I'm not very much in alignment with Angeline because you get a bio feedback from people. Uh, yeah.
yes,
So
that's true.
that
Yes,
bio feedback, things like do they smile in your presence? But sometimes they're triggered.
right.
They may get
Hmm.
emotional. It's a release. It depends how well aligned you are. If your presence is, you're aligned in that 0 point field of your presence where it helps create that energy where people can relax because that's key. People need to feel relaxed in your company. Absolutely, space where people feel safe because I don't heal people. People have this misconception, people heal themselves. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not that you you're giving well, you're giving love, unconditionality. You're giving an energy where people feel loved and really appreciated. And yes, that is a bit of a rare commodity at these times, but this is why we're here. We're here to synchronize. We're here to amplify and so that
Hmm.
people feel the connection. But coming back to Angeline again, because again, Angeline, the way I work, I get the feedback, okay, and I don't do is this good or bad. I'm not in a place where I judge is this good, is this bad. It's a place where we bring order and balance. Your left, right hemispheres become in unison. And that's what we
Hmm.
do. And we simplify it. And that simplification is so important. And it's once you do it a few times, um, it's it's like you don't need to think about what you're doing so much because it's like you're spontaneous. You're not in that place where am I being kind? Because everything begins with yourself first, because you're breathing out this energy that's within yourself. So if you're
Hmm.
abrasive and unkind to yourself, you're already giving that out. So when you're in that place of calmness, stillness, solitude, and in that place where It's not words that we're using. It's a frequency. And plants respond in an amazing, water responds in an amazing way. And it's not a spectacle. It's not something that you see. It's more what you feel. So you get this feeling, and it makes you calm, cool, and collect. So you're bringing your set senses to that point of calmness and being centered. So you we're not too concerned about tomorrow anymore. The past is more important because you can change the past by saying thank you for the hardship and the pain that I went through. And that's difficult for some viewers to acknowledge, yeah? But the lesson is invaluable. So if you can have that connection, absolutely, Tony, grace, peace, yeah, gratitude. My day begins with gratitude. And if
Yes.
you want to add anything to that, Paul?
I think I have, like, personally, I have been feeling very weighed down lately. Like, I'm really feeling, it's like I'm absorbing other people's feelings. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's very heavy. It's sad. I feel it's a sadness, which is very odd that I'm trying to raise your frequency while I weighed down. But I do feel very deep. Um, I feel that darkness. I feel the darkness in the world, and it's hard for me. I think it. I, Yet I've been dreaming about flying again, and it's been a while. And I know that's a good thing, and I know this is important. I guess I'm what people can expect is to see me living out this experience and being honest about what I'm going through, and trying to show you that maybe you might relate to how I feel. But yeah, I don't feel right. I'm sleeping. My sleep is very strange. It's My hours are very strange. I have no regular formula of when I get up and when I go to sleep. It's very, very topsy-turvy right now for me. And I knew I had to do this in my gut. I knew it was important, and I knew who I needed to bring on the show.
Brother, thank you for your openness as always. What I find in situations like that is sometimes one can be overstimulated, and what I find the best medicine is earthing yourself, grounding yourself, um, from the micro to the macro. If you're able to go into nature, and I know people use this as a cliche a lot, but I do it all the time, and I am so blessed, extremely blessed, to be in a position where there's a pine forest near me. I've got trees, I've got plants. I am so grateful. I just walk out in the garden. I put my hands into the soil, and I enjoy actively getting involved with doing some gardening work. Even things like listening to the birds sing, and listening to the sound of nature, walking the forest, listening to the sound of um, water, um, or you know nice music. um, Paul's created 432 music, and I'm very much uh, in this. enjoying creating music as well. And it's becoming so much easier with AI these days to be more creative, because getting creative is a wonderful way of raising your game, and also singing, moving,
Hmm.
being conscious about your breathing, breath work, holding the breath and exhaling at the same time, and being conscious of what's around you, and to take greater care of yourself. Be kind, learn to pamper yourself, try to get as intimate as you can with yourself, try to enjoy spending time alone with yourself. And these are very powerful key elements in you becoming more aligned and more centered. So we just shared some ideas with our beautiful viewers what one can do to harness that connectivity with higher self, having that soul connection, and understanding the essence of your unique spiritual evolution, because no two beings are the same. And so we all carry a unique frequency, and we all siphoning, interpreting information based on our own unique abilities. So
Hmm.
judgment is a very careful. What I tend to do, Paul, is I assess situations. Like, for example, you don't want to overstimulate and you don't want to understimulate. So you got to find a balance. It's a kind of recipe to work
Hmm.
with, because I have the ability to see, and to feel, and so I know that you got to get the flow, you got to get the rhythm right, and I can tell from their breathing, even on the phone when they answer a call. I can feel, like, I say silly things. It's not silly, actually. I say, "Can you speak?" So I may call someone and say, "Can you speak?" Because I sense that they can't speak because they're so rushed off their feet from
Hmm.
the way they, they're kind of answering the call, And I'm like, is there a good time that I can connect with you? Because you're feeling the frequency of the person. And the minute you get in tune with that, they seem to change the structure. They're like, well, I've never had a call like this before. Someone's asking me, can you speak? And they sense my rhythm. Um, and they got a bit of
Hmm.
a wild connection, and they might just drop everything for a moment, and just try to be in that moment. And the more
Yeah.
you're in that stillness, time does not interfere with anything. So you don't need to get into that mad rushness, you know, the rat race mentality, where if you win the rat race, you're still a rat mentality. So you got to come out that box
Hmm.
situation. But one takes baby steps. You don't just quickly jump in. So it helps that I mean, I've been very fortunate. I mean, I believe that you will have this wonderful soul brother Rick Jewis, uh, in the very near future on your show, Paul. Um, he,
Yeah.
yeah,
7 days.
fantastic. I mean, he's all about global people's monetary system, simplified divine
Hmm.
law. And there's a wonderful website as well. People can go there and consent. It's because it's an energetic. You're consenting energetically. It's not necessary to have a particular signature. You're saying this makes sense because in the ethos of the message of Brother Rick, what he's saying about global people's monetary system, he's saying, cause no harm, cause no loss, do not impose on the sovereignty of any being,
Yep.
and
Yep.
understand what is universal natural law, not this organic one
Hmm.
which has been um, embodying humanity for a very long time, and it is collapsing. And I can understand why people are going through what they're going through, because
Yeah.
the
Yep.
change is immense, and we're being at the moment in terms of solar flares and the kind of astrological, yeah, what's
Yeah.
happening there as well. Time is collapsing
Yeah.
as we see, and
Yeah. I am feeling it too. And I would if I could, I would get a singing bowl,
mhm.
uh, because that would be like the perfect way to start your day. Is just go to your singing bowls and you wake up and just boom. Because yeah, I show what it does to a baby instant.
Relief.
But you hear that pleasure in the voice, ah, like all that stress is gone now, and it's so. I would recommend everyone get one of those. Just even for your husband or your wives if they're grumpy.
But it's also, conscious breathing, conscious eating, conscious connection with people. These things are so,
Mhm.
so important because we need to be conscious of what we're ingesting. We have to be conscious of
Yeah.
that because people, they're kind of leaking anger, bitterness, rivalry, victim. And
Yeah.
that's their people are pissed off right now. So, and
They feel
yeah,
betrayed, yes, for sure, because governments are doing things without consent, giving money to other countries without consent for programs we don't agree
so
with. So yeah, Canadians are really in a bad way because of what's being done. They're basically fulfilling communism with freedom of speech and um, just making everyone poorer and just saying the opposite, speaking with a forked tongue. So we're getting lied to. We're being psychologically abused, and I feel it. You know, which is why I wanted to do this a series of shows. Um, I hope I can help. I hope I don't make
no,
everyone
no,
feel
no. Certainly you
worse.
don't, brother. Can I also add something else which bless brother Rick Jones as well? He
Mm,
instilled in me. So passionate about it. The real intrinsic value and is not money. It's not Bitcoin or gold or silver. Remarkably, it's the
mhm.
word energy, because how you energize people, if you lift them up, uh, they appreciate it. Okay, they appreciate it. I mean, I don't want to name drop, but I connected with someone recently, and I'm so glad I did. And I wish I'd knocked on his door earlier because I don't want to sound egoistic in any shape or form, but I feel as though I've saved his life because he was at a breaking point, and yeah, he was in a horrible place, and we both cried together actually, and it was it was an amazing experience, and for me, these sort of real experiences is life changing for both parties, because for me it's one of the most enriching feelings when you meet someone and they're at the bottom, it's they're about to let go. I mean, it's just that it's unbearable life, and suddenly someone comes and cares. Do you know what I've decided to do for this
Mhm.
person? I asked this person to move in with me. It's not the first time I've done it, and it will never be the last time. I said, I will give you something that money can never buy. And I'm going to create an atmosphere where you feel appreciated, valued, respected. He is such an intelligent person. It's just the system has mocked and hurt this individual, and he's so conscious aware of what's happening. And it's just, for me, he's such a valuable asset, as well as 100 trillion wonderful things I can say about him. So I said, it's an honor to create space with you, my lovely brother. So hopefully he'll move in next week, and he's so good in the garden as well. And I said to him, if you can help me a little bit in the garden as well, because he really knows what he's doing. So the real intrinsic value is energy, and if you energize people, um, that is the name of the game. And this T-shirt actually was given by a wonderful brother. His name is Jeff Cloud. He's written an amazing book called "Waking Up in the Dream," and I would love you to connect with him one day, Paul. Um, and he's always, it's this thing, because people often judge the judgment. Is this good? Is this bad? Is that bad? Is that good? We need to stop doing that. We need to stop pointing fingers at people, you know.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult, brother. It's very difficult, especially if you're looking at the news and what's happening in Iran, in America, this, Canada, this, that. It's just going to cause harm.
Yeah.
And
That's true.
so just turn it off.
Just watch the truth table.
I'm not being funny, but participate with things that lift your frequency.
Yes, yes, for
We,
sure. And
why not?
this is also what happens when you paint while you're wearing a shirt. But uh, but yeah. See, I was lifted up already. I feel lifted up, and it's good. It's good. I
Smart to
needed that.
smile is one of the best medicines, brother. I'm not being funny. I mean, sometimes very difficult to smile in situations, because if you see someone who's in serious pain, you're not
Yeah.
you're first you're not going to smile straight away, but you will try to place a particular create an atmosphere where they can chill and crack a few jokes, and
Mm,
because that's what people need. They need to find a way of chilling out, and when they chill out, they'll see a more positive side to everything.
yeah, I think so.
Things will make more sense.
Yeah.
Clarity will kick in more, and what it is about people taking um, ownership back. Because people unconsciously want to be governed because they feel inadequate. And this word survival, I mean, is ridiculous. We
Hmm.
weren't designed to survive. This
No.
Why we're doing this show, it's all about thriving. It's about expressing your rainbow colors, coming out and being happy, because happiness is key. Because if you're not happy, you're not doing anything in life. That's so
Well,
key. Yeah. Did
yeah.
you want to?
Yeah. I'm hoping to get a stack of ways to raise people's frequencies so they have all this. And the body was never meant to be sick. Like our bodies were created to heal
Not
itself.
not just sick, brother. We weren't meant to age. The thing, my understanding is, some people more than others, because there's premature aging as well. But the thing is, when we go against the will of universal natural law, we're going against the grain. So
Hmm.
you're causing harm. Your cells are swimming in acidity, not alkalinity. And
Hmm.
so the other thing I'm conscious of, and I occasionally measure my pH in my saliva and my urine as well. So I pay attention what comes out, not just words, breath, you know, um, your what you're producing in terms of the urine, the color, um,
Mm-hmm.
even I don't want to get into the gory details, the smell as well. So it's important to pay attention to these things, and because 7 being neutral in your pH, if you can get your pH, let's say, to 7.5 and beyond, the body will start repairing itself.
Yeah.
So if you're neutral and below 7, 6.5 and less, it's okay sometimes if it's 5 or 6 because, especially in the morning, your body's getting rid of toxins. I get that. So you do few intervals. But what I'm saying is, if consistently you're well below 7 all the time, 6.5, you've got to pay attention to your intention because there's an intent. What is it that you're creating? Most
Mm-hmm.
of the, there's bitterness, anger, victimhood. There's so many things there that's causing your organs to be angry. So
Mm-hmm.
pay attention to the bio, what's coming out, and
Yep.
measuring it. You get a wonderful picture as well.
I
Uh,
buy my water. It's 10. The pH is 10, so it's pretty high. Um, she uses reverse osmosis first, then she adds minerals to it and raises it up to 10 pH. So it's pretty high.
Very good.
And yeah.
But the best form of structured water I find from my own experience is your fruit and vegetables.
Oh yeah.
You have a tendency of juicing like cucumber, celery, and stuff, and it
Mm-hmm.
goes off the charts because I do measure my urine, so it goes up to 8.5. It goes ridiculous when, and
You
if I
must be so much fun to live with.
it's actually no what it is. I'm glad you're laughing. That's that rate. The thing is like, but the
Honey, can you get my pH?
but it's like when you start paying attention to, I wouldn't say small thing. This isn't actually, it's quite a big thing you're doing uh, because it's part of you, okay, and you're kind of like examining what's occurring and what's causing it, what's causing
Yeah,
the fluctuations. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
For example, if you're around acidic people,
Mm,
the chances your pH will drop. However, this much I will say: when your kundalini, when you get to that level of consciousness, where for me the highest form of spirituality is to go places where it's dense, it's bitter, because it doesn't affect you. In fact, there is a glow about your presence. So most what I find, without trying to show off that I'm one of them in any shape or form, is if people don't have their highest intention, they usually run away from me, or they malfunction, or they said they certainly won't be smiling much. In fact,
yeah,
they will feel, oh, oh dear, you know, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like your frequency is putting the cat among the pigeons. So either run, cry, stay, or say I'm sorry, and I'll stop this nonsense. And more people become this way aligned, um, the world can change in a blink of an eye. So this show and other shows as well, and it's so important that you're in the company of wonderful people whose
hmm,
intention is to alkaline you and to
yeah,
bring things that is because people are holding on to things, whether it's certain implants, that's causing harm, and they're struggling to let go. But it's all about coming to the truth table, for example. A simple table you can come to, and you can negotiate with yourself and say, look, these guys are talking some sense. And better still, how about trying some of these exercises that we're saying,
Hmm.
and test yourself, because trust me, your urine doesn't lie, your saliva does not lie.
And that singing bell shows is evidence. A baby going from crying to satisfaction. Ah, the effect is recorded. It's right in our face that this actually does something. It takes that sadness from the child instantly. And these are the kinds of things that I love because it will empower you with minimal effort, very little effort to make a huge difference in someone's life. And I found X is really bringing me down too. There's so much negativity on X, uh, very dark things I'm seeing, and also my research has really gotten me into darkness with my religious studies. It has gone, and I know that I will lose like half my friends because of what I've learned, and that's just so devastating for me because it's such a lonely place to be in the truth because I know it's going to isolate me, and I'm already isolated enough, and but I feel like I I'm desperate because I feel like we're really at a, a, a turning point for mankind, and the secret and the key to successfully overcoming and passing this step is by being positive and alkaline and uh, in love, finding and peace and truth is very hard because it will defy what you've thought was true your whole life. That's not easy to face, you know, for me.
Thank you for sharing that, Paul, as well. And the other thing, if I can just add another dimension to our conversation, is animals. I just want to say, like, horses are very healing. Cats, dogs, when you stroke a dog, a cat, I find them so, they neutralize um,
That's
so
true.
many. It's amazing. So
Hmm.
I would urge people to connect with animals more as well, particularly horses. Um, they're absolutely amazing, and I'm looking because I'm so blessed. Um, Beyond the field, there's quite hilly areas, and there is like wild horses there. So
Wow.
I haven't been there for a while, but I do like connecting with them, and also like birds. I love the sound of bees. The bee frequencies are very, very healing as well. Just almost sounds of nature. Um, if you can captivate and put yourself in a position where um, nature has its way of ridding things which is unnatural. So if you've picked up someone else's something that's sort of stuck on you, and then you go and ground yourself, you earth yourself, you'll remove it very, very quickly. I was talking to someone recently. He had a stroke, and the doctor wanted to give all sorts of medications and stuff. He started walking barefoot. He started to do intermittent fasting. He really started to eat far less, more alkaline foods. He cut off the sugars, and he noticed within 1 week a remarkable change. From his vision came back very, very quickly from his stroke. one side was partly paralyzed, he was able to move his hand almost as good as before.
Mm,
And I thought I'd share this with the viewers because it's just simple things which doesn't even cost money. So I think great healing doesn't, it doesn't come into, I find doesn't come necessarily in tablet forms. You know, I genuinely believe that earthing yourself, grounding yourself, being with amazing animals, hugging now, that's really powerful as well. Um, I can tell a lot from a handshake. I can tell a lot from how people breathe. Also, I'm not being funny, but I can pick up certain stenches of people as well. So if I can feel how emotional hygienic they are by
mhm,
just being. I'm talking like pretty spontaneous, and this craft didn't happen overnight. It's become more polished by the hard knocks in life. It's not I attended university. I went through hard knocks myself to get to that level of realization. So I can pick it up pretty quickly. And I can assure you that if you are able to earth yourself, ground yourself, if um, you get instant results.
mm,
Um, even if you can, because I do this every day. I actually squat. Squatting is very, very important because what it does, your colon being one of the most toxic part of your body, um, because without getting into the gory details, when we go for our number two, when we sit on the toilet,
it's also the
every
first thing to grow when you're conceived. So as soon as we're conceived, the first thing we are is asshole. I was born an asshole. but
love
uh, but you were talking about university universities. I walked past a university once. But my ex told me, she said, "You never listen to me," and I thought that's a really strange way to start a conversation.
it.
There,
But
see, you're raising some frequencies today.
yeah, no, love it.
But you're right
Um,
about animals. I do. My neighbors have a dog, and we love each other absolutely. But she's a beautiful dog, and time with her is very healing for me. I just love it. She's just so unconditional, loyal, like always happy to see me. You
yeah.
know, I'm like that with my friends too. When I see my friends, I'm always happy to see them. And I lift up. I can feel myself lifting just by their presence. So that's what's all
Do
these little keys and secrets we experience, but I think we need them more in the next 3 months. I think it's going to be vital that we keep empowering each other, because I think things are going to get heavier and heavier and heavier, and overwhelming. And so I'm hoping that I can be there for others, and I know you're the same as me. You have that empath love for your fellow man.
And plus, Paul, I mean, I've got a flavor of, I know the kind of people you're bringing on your show as well, and it's going to be tantalizing. It's going to be high frequency. I mean, we're all blessed to have some amazing people in our circle, um, and the key is sharing, brother, because I'm pretty open source. I don't need to protect myself, and although I say that, my my Facebook account was ripped to smithereens not that long ago. Um, the bitterness lasted 24 hours. I was a bit pissed off, to be honest. I
I
was
don't
thinking,
even know why they would do it. I would see myself as a big target for them. They're
But
not
it's so
touching me.
actually happened shortly after the 4-hour show we did with Jesse Howe, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
Then I had an amazing lady follow me. I'm not gonna mention the person on this in case this one gets removed as well. But it's so ironic. I mean, it could be a coincidence, but it's just like short-lived. It was like it kept saying you're a robot, and I'm already paying 13 euros a month for verification, for goodness sakes. I've got a green tick next to my name to say that I'm a decent individual. I don't go out there ripping people off. And me verifying myself, it keeps asking me every hour on the hour, prove to me that you're not a robot. And
Mm.
every time I'm proving, because it takes a photo of you, and then you're out of service for an hour or two each. And this is out on the hour every hour, so you're not using Facebook anymore. In other words, they don't like your energy. Well, sorry,
I
but
they
it is.
stopped asking me for a two-factor verification as soon as I got out of professional mode.
Hmm.
So I think that's what that was about. But you were already verified. They shouldn't have been bothering you one
Well,
at all.
I spoke to a few beautiful souls. They said, no, no, get your account back. Go and divinely kick ass and tell them sort it out. That's I'm
Mm.
being impeccable with everything. Well, why are you removing me for? Why are you frustrating me? And it did work. I confess, occasionally I'm a bit fallible myself. I got a bit uh, upset, irate. Actually, I'm like, there's no need for this. Um, Anger's not the problem; it's what you do with it.
Yeah,
You,
I
you,
don't
you have.
know why. I don't see any reason why they would do anything to you. It doesn't make any sense, actually.
Yeah.
And everything you post is positive. So it doesn't make. How much did you say you pay for
Um, I have
verification?
to ask my son again. I think it's about 13 euros a month for the verification.
Hmm.
And to be verified, no, I'm not. In fact, the verification is like almost I'm volunteering to say, attack me, because people who tend to want to be verified are certain kind of people. Not Look, I'm shoulder to shoulder with everyone. I'm not trying to make out I'm more superior with anybody else, but I like to be quite clinical about things sometimes. But it just goes to show, not with unfortunately, they're not on the same page as us, which is fine, because it's like with AI as well. I'm creating an algorithm where I don't want to cause harm. I do not want to impose on the sovereignty of anyone. And I'm certainly breathing, exhaling, inhaling, and leaving a trace of love everywhere I go. I'm doing the love vibe. So, um, and a lot of people are running these outfits. They're not happy. So if you're listening, Facebook and people, join the truth table for starters, because what are we doing? Well, um,
Yeah.
give people a bit of relief, aren't we? So it's a sigh of relief, and we collective consciousness, as we all know, is very powerful, and
Hmm.
and we're synchronizing, we're amplifying, and we're bringing joy, peace, happiness into the heart mind of people, where they can come and chill with us.
Well,
And
great news. Jesse said he would come on the show.
when's that?
We haven't got a date yet, but he said he agreed to do it. So
Okay,
yeah, yeah, I'll tell you for sure.
okay. I love Jesse. I
Yeah.
really. I mean, he's been one of my mentors. When he had the missing link and stuff like that, it's like, wow. Um,
Yeah, he he
yeah,
he met so many interesting people too, and he's acquired so much knowledge
yeah.
uh, from his guests, which is why I wanted him on because he's also very positive. And I think we can, like yourself, I think, and Rick Jewers, of course. can help in this stage if Jean Dixon is correct. Um, Let me see here. I've got notes here. I do notes just like you do. Yeah.
No,
So
once
July
you
is physical and personal limitations.
mm-hmm.
So this is the July date that she gave.
Independence Day, brother. It's going to be
This
Independence Day, celebration of independence, because it's going to be every day for the rest of eternity, because it's going to be the heaven on earth scenario. That's why I'm so excited that Rick is actually coming onto your show, because
Yeah.
for me, he's been a massive game changer. And for me, it was like spontaneous. You know, sometimes you're in the company of people and it takes time to warm up sometimes with certain people. But with Rick, it was like, where have you been all my life? You know, a bit like you, Paul, and a bit like Jesse as well. I heard his voice and your voice as well. It's so nice to to hear. I bet you sing as well. And you're a musician and stuff, so you can work with that, what we kind of
Hmm.
talking about, the 432. It's neutralizing, it's harmonizing, it's lifting.
Yeah.
And he had that connection, we had that connection with Rick. And I thought to myself, Rick, I'm honored, and thank you for turning up. And so yeah, we're in alignment and we work for. I'm sure you will promote his. Actually, he's all about guardianship. It's not his; it's ours. What he's saying is that um, it's about we become shareholders of the planet. Wow,
Yeah.
shareholders, not 500 people holding everything to
Yeah.
ransom. No
Right.
more of that. Thank you very much. So we all
Hmm.
become equal shareholders of the planet.
Hmm.
Wow. Uh, I mean, it was never for me. I mean, this may sound, um, I hope people believe me. I mean, to some people, it sounds like too much of a wow factor. How is that possible? But for me, it's like, when can I start? When can I join? Um, it's like, for me, it's one of the most, if not the most important thing for me to assign myself to, you know. And hopefully I'll get the my book out very soon as well. And it's a dynamic inquiry with questioning authority, ladies and gentlemen, and being in that place where you don't mind listening to people if they've got your best interest. And
Yes,
if
of
they don't
course.
have it, we don't need to get violent. We don't need to start throwing stones. We just don't energize it.
Yep.
It's that simple. Don't get angry. Don't get pissed off. Just don't energize it. Don't magnetize it.
Yep.
Just let it go and say, I don't want to have anything to do with it. So don't comply. Don't comply with it. And one of the biggest things I picked up on is coin to Caesar, because it's like tax. Everything is, when you give you give money to the system, and the
Yep.
system is not really, they're not really recycling, are they? In fact, they're recycling souls. If anything, they're not actually doing what they're meant to be doing.
Hmm.
And um, and sorry to say, and I don't want we don't want to talk on, because we don't talk about high frequency stuff. But
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard,
it's
because
coming to an
it's so
end, brother.
easy. It's so
Yeah,
easy to go back into that because,
yeah.
and I was planning on talking about certain things, but I decided not to because it is so negative, and I think I'm gonna have to do it eventually because it's so important. Because um, faith important, and understanding how and what's been done to us. That's why I'm kind of down today, but and I didn't mean to be that way. But sometimes research does that to you, and it's really heartbreaking, um, to see what's been allowed. And but I will try to stay true to my goal and try to keep it up. I may have like an alternative show where I can dump all this negative stuff just to get it out there, and
I,
so people can be empowered by it.
I'd like to volunteer to participate with that because I'm enjoying creating content, music, and stuff like that. Because I'd
Hmm.
be happy to put that in a format of an interesting structured music where people can listen to as well and get more in tune with the how to balance the situation, because it is a balancing act, and it is very difficult, and sadness affects the lungs, and it affects your breathing, and when it affects your breathing you lose your
Yeah,
sense of balance, and it starts creating more fog and less clarity. So
yeah,
with the upbeat, with the 432 being the very fabric, the very foundation that's supporting this incredible truth table construction, I'd be happy to be of service 24/7, brother Paul,
yeah.
and know that
Okay.
I support you, I support us, I support our viewers, and I'm honored to be part of this incredible moment of this. I'm excited. I'm excited about the changes. Of course, if you're if you're if you're um, what's the way to put it? The the, the illusion has been so real, this fictional
It's like the
energy.
pain of a caterpillar before it becomes a butterfly.
Exactly. We've just got to let go of things that all those promises and things that we thought was real is fake, but then it's
Hmm.
going to be replaced by um and just to remind our viewers, I can only say it's my own lived experience that I'm sharing with our audience.
Yeah.
But for me, heaven and hell is not a particular destination, it's not a country, it's not a planet, it's a state of mind,
Hmm.
state of beingness. You either
Yeah.
project hell or you project heaven. So, and it begins about ownership, responsibility, and accountability, where you don't outsource it to people that you really don't know, you
Hmm.
know, and
Yeah. I have a strange perspective of that. Heaven is like the firmament. That's what it's biblically called. And above it, then there's seventh heaven. There's seven different layers. So it's very complex, above my thinking. But I can imagine, those little things. You open it, and there's a smaller one inside. You open it, there's a smaller one inside. That's how I see that the firmaments. There's we're inside. We're in the smaller area, and we have an opportunity to rise. And I know that positive frequencies, and um, is a way to rise up. And I know they're traumatizing us because they want to keep you down so you don't rise up, so you don't evolve. I think we're in a process of evolution, and this is why the glyphosate and all these chemicals are being bombarding us, is because to keep even the wars and the news. I think it's a way to keep us in a low frequency,
distracted. Yes,
and
absolutely.
my goal is to get us, to give you ways to raise yourself when you're alone and you're feeling desperate. And even these singing bells, just find it on YouTube, and just they have hours and hours of just these singing bells, where you can just put headphones on so you hear it going left and right naturally, and you can align your chakras, your your DNA. That's why they removed the bells all over
Yeah.
the world, because they had a healing and aligned you, so your body could heal itself and function normally. It was kind of like a boost that once they found out about the technology, um, they put them everywhere, and then they started taking them away because they don't want us to evolve. They don't want to lose their slaves, and we're really not slave friendly in an evolved state. And that's why we're here. This is why I'm doing this particular series with no season. It's 3 months, and then there's another 3 months to November. That'll be another stage. But I do want to show that how important it is to raise your frequency, and if we can help you, then I certainly have reached, successfully did what I wanted to accomplish. I think I got the right people to come on the show, including Jesse. Absolutely.
Phenomenal.
Angeline, Angeline is feeling like I feel.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm in the right high enough frequency to do it this show, but I do it anyway because I know how important it is. And Angeline is more a holistic approach, uh, but also she's like you a little bit, I think, with grounding, and
Yeah.
she understands the importance of gardening, and that's why I invited you both.
Thank you so much. I was just saying, we've just passed the hour. Did you want to like wrap it up
Well,
with something?
there's no
No,
time limit. I
is it?
there's no yeah there,
Yeah.
I I don't go by the hour or 2 hours, and I just go by feeling. You know,
Yeah.
when I feel like we've done what we're supposed to do,
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
I don't even really look at the clock, to be honest, and I only stop like when I'm tired. It's a 7. It's 8 o'clock for you, right? 8 p.m.
It's yeah, we're 7 hours ahead of you because the show started at 12 noon for you, and it was 7 in the evening, and I believe it's
Yep.
just gone 8 o'clock.
But
Uh,
I mean, we can wrap it up if you like. I mean,
yeah,
that's okay. I,
I mean, because
I'm
we
going to
were
have you on.
thank you. That's what I was going to say. And my son's just come through the door. I think he's quite keen to speak to me as well.
Yep.
And
Yep. That's fine.
but yeah, I'm thank you for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of the the the, the music that we're creating as well, to work with the 432, and also um, to help people to unwind, to chill, and to so people can find a way of um, relaxing and not to take what they're seeing right now too seriously, because I know it looks more serious than it is, because you can diffuse, you can neutralize it by not energizing it. I know sometimes it's too simple to be true, but try it. Um,
Well,
it's incredible.
if you
Yeah,
could keep talking, someone wants me to move the car, and I'll be right back.
yeah, sure. No, I mean, I'd be honored. Yeah, so it's just a case of, um, see, what Bio-Activator also does as well. We don't heal anybody. We don't teach anybody anything. We genuinely believe that everything is embedded within who you are. We create this I am presence where the left, right brain, masculine, feminine, sweet, sour, night, day, everything comes into unison. It comes into order. It comes into balance. So when you're balanced, you have the ability to siphon, to be able to see what is organic and what's not organic, what's real, what's fake. And that's so important, because then you don't get cheated, you don't get knocked, mocked. So, and it's so important to have that ability. So bioactivate, we're all bioactivators, some more than others. So once you become, when you take ownership, accountability, responsibility, and once your antenna works properly, your spine, and you have the ability, this activation to be able to see inside people, you know, you'll be in tune to the cosmic connection, which is real organic Wi-Fi from the micro to the macro. So you'll be able to upload, download, and connect to all sorts of beings, and to be limitless. Yes, to be limitless. As a famous saying, if you think you're ugly, you're only surrounding yourself in the world of your own ugliness. So you need to visualize yourself. You need to see yourself on a higher, on the highest impeccable possible version. You have to uh, first of all, you have to enjoy being who you are, and that's very difficult at times when we see what's around us, and there's a lot of sadness, there's a lot of pain, um, and misalignments, and there are tendencies where we can be influenced. Um, but if you stay neutral, you stay grounded, um, don't judge, is my advice. Make assessments. There's a big difference. You don't, because you're assessing how much to say, or sometimes silence is better than anything else, you know, because sometimes you can break the peace, although your intention is the highest, but it's people just not ready to receive. So it will fall onto deaf ears. So you just got to find that divine timing. And sometimes you create the atmosphere and you invite people, and so that they can be chilled and relaxed, and start taking greater ownership of themselves. And this book that we're about to release in the very future, I'll just start talking about my book now. It's called Know Thyself. And I think that's the most important thing on planet Earth, because the more you know yourself, the more you'll get to in tune with everything and everything around you. You know, so so it's basically to question, to have this incredible inquiry with self, and just question everything. There's nothing wrong in questioning things, especially when this authority figure appears out of the blue. Um, don't say yes, don't say no, but just say Jesse. Whoa,
Yeah,
what a
just say
surprise!
Jesse. Surprise!
Surprise is Jesse How?
Hi. Can you hear
Wow,
me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay.
we hear you loud and clear, brother. Thank you.
How are y'all doing?
Well, seeing you, brother, we feel you've raised our frequency even more,
Aw, thanks. I appreciate that.
and
My
more important.
frequency,
You okay, brother? How are you?
no, my frequency's been low for a while now. So
Yeah, me too.
Ooh, I
It
mean,
has been.
I've got some ideas that I'd like to run with you one day soon, Jesse. You know, it's to do with music, of course. So, you know,
I love, I love music, and I'm not sure if you guys have heard what's been going on with the Lego, Iranian Lego wraps, but there's a group in Iran or maybe just outside of Iran, and they've been making a mockery out of the war using Lego music
Yes.
videos.
oh,
And
Yes.
what?
they're like the best music, the best videos talking about Trump and the Epstein files and bombs. And but then they'll show like dead kids in the Lego videos. Like they're really making awareness of what's going on, and really a big double middle finger to Donald Trump and the Epstein class.
Yeah.
And I've been getting really entertained by it. And the music is phenomenal, the words. So if anybody hasn't checked that out, yeah, check out the Lego videos that the Iranians have been making about the war.
That's awesome, bro. That's the way to do it, really. Because music is definitely food for the soul, and this show as well. There we are. Look.
Hey, Orange Pig, America first. Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But baby pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran. Hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the demons here. If nations don't stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone your system ever wrong. They've known all along that it was always you. Real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake. From the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. And you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite, sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything. And word got out, the smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered to die for Israel. They lied to you. Hey, Orange Pig, America first. Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But baby's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran. Hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us to the last breath. We've been doing it for years. Standing here for everyone your system ever wrong. They've known all along the enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake. From the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No one is worse, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite, sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out, the smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers, well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you.
Wow.
That's it.
And that's only like one of like 20 of them. They keep getting better and different music, and they add a little bit of the Arabic vibe into it. And it's like, I even though I'm kind of in a low place in my life right now, whenever I hear that, I actually feel happy. And it's like, it's like music can lift you up. And when I've been trying to share the truth for, 30 plus years, as much as I can and in my own way. And when I hear somebody doing something amazing like that to really spread consciousness and awareness to help the collective realize what is going on, it actually, really inside, makes me feel something when I, don't really feel too much right now.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, it makes us feel like we're not alone, that we're not the only people that can see what's going on. And like Iran did the bow, but like bow, Let me see if I can't do this a little better here. I mean, bow translated as Lord, and Lord is all over the Bible. So the church has gotten people to pray to bow without them knowing it. And this goes the same. Another one. See if I've got that set up. There's another one. God.
Like it's when you say you fake Christian Baal worshippers, God, you're worshiping Baal. Like, you know, it's like the
If you can
truth that's
believe
spoken
that
in those
with
videos. Yeah,
God,
yeah.
it's wow. And let's see here if I can get it. Yeah, it's Gadriel. It's the serpent in, and they changed it because I started translating because I prayed about it. I said I want to find you. I want to find the truth, and that's that's what was given to me. So, you know, my gut said to retranslate. I see I wasn't going to do this today, but I have to now. But there it is, Gad. It's spelled, you know, it goes by GAD. Let's see. Oh, I'm frozen.
Did he freeze?
Oh.
The serpents, you mean?
So, yeah, everything's frozen. I don't know.
We can hear you coming in and out, but
Ooh, yeah.
I
So,
think you're back. But well, interesting smile there, Paul.
yeah. Oh man. Yeah, the whole thing is freezing on
While
me.
he's being frozen, I guess I'll read. Can you still hear me, Barrett? Yeah, I think you're unmuted though. I can't hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so I guess while he's kind of doing his freezing, I'll read something. So, in Egyptian mythology, there's a minor crocodile god or demon named Maga, or similar spellings associated with the Nile, and sometimes linked to chaos or Set, a god of storms, disorder, and the desert. This appears in lists of Egyptian deities. Maga. So, how many people make Maga great? Make a serpent demon, which is a god of storms, disorder, and the desert. So, storms and disorder. What is happening with Maga? They're creating storms and disorder. They're causing chaos. Why are they causing chaos? Because it's order out of chaos. That's the Freemason, mythology or Freemason doctrine is order out of chaos, right? Problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem to elicit a reaction in order for them to come as white shining knights or mega demons, to provide the solution for the masses, which blindly follow along, which just make the masses.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Couldn't agree more.
Paul, you still having a little bit of issues?
I can still hear you.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
I
try
just
to
thought when
come
you
back.
were going to mention.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to leave and come back.
Yeah, I would try to That's
Yeah,
a good
please.
idea.
Yeah.
So I thought I would just read that because he was going to mention in this Gadriel, I think it was along the same lines, right? So I just kind of, while he was doing his little freezing thing, it kind of just popped into my brain that was just something that I posted because I had heard something about the MAGA demon. And then, so I just went into, AI, and I just said, what is this, demon called MAGA? And then that's what came out. But it's interesting that the AI was trying to say, well, it's not the same as the MAGA, the new MAGA is the American. So it's trying to actually explain or, make it like, hey, that this isn't the same spell word that they have the people saying. Are you still there, Bert?
Just about, I think. That's awesome. Awesome information you've just shared with our beautiful viewers as well.
And the other thing that they do, Barrett, is also with the spells and the spell words, is they do sex magic. And part of it is, say, if you say F Joe Biden, F Joe Biden, you're actually eliciting an actual sex magic, because F, that F word is part of it's just like almost could be a sex word, and so when you're doing that, you're thinking you're like swearing at him, but it's just part of their spells, and they use the words and they create this sex magic just by chanting that slogan. You're actually, and people are saying that F Donald Trump. Well, you're actually eliciting that energy, that dark energy, that sex magic energy, by doing the exact opposite of what you think you're actually doing.
Yeah. Amazing, bro. Absolutely amazing.
So what's it like there today in Bulgaria?
It's been a gorgeous day, brother. And I managed to do a lot of gardening work today. We are so blessed to be in this situation where we, like most seasons, most year. I mean, we start putting our tomato plants out, cucumbers. We got a little vegetable patch going. So yeah, it's I just love it. It's we are so blessed to be in a position where we can grow our own food, and also to be able to collaborate with other producers as well, so we can exchange our produce as well. And because we grow things so much in abundant, I mean, we've got so much of everything, to put ourselves in a position where we just love giving stuff away for free. It's like, if it's like the goji berry plants, because it's non-native to Bulgaria, these were sourced from the Himalayas, so it's quite a unique plant. And we've got so much growing in abundance, so they just grow everywhere, so for me just to take a few out, put it in the pot and just give it to someone, they're like, how much do you want? And I'm like, no, it's okay, you can have it. Because earlier I was talking to Paul about and this was instilled by brother Rick Jewers, because we talked about the real intrinsic value. It's not money, silver, Bitcoin, and it's all about how we're energizing each other. Because for me, to be able to help someone is so uplifting for me. So remember, we kind of touched on this on the last show with Paul as well. It's like this exchange of being there, being supportive, in any conceivable way, whether it's just listening, or it's like creating an atmosphere where people can relax, be themselves. And it's so for me, it's the only way to be. I can't be another version. Because I think this is the highest version you can operate, and to be impeccable, my lovely brother Jesse. And I was saying earlier, before you turned up, brother Jesse, um, you are so inspiring. You're so, um, you know, you're such an important figure, brother. To have you as a guest, to have you around the truth table, and the information that you possess, which you so freely hand over to our beautiful viewers. So we really value you day in, day out. So we thank you for your beautiful presence as always.
And this is Gadriel, the snake. Vatican is Latin for divining serpent. Oh, is my voice working?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
But
this is the Vatican, which is Latin. Vatican. It comes from the Latin word, which means divining serpent, which is the serpent in the Garden of Eden, what they replaced in the Bible as God. Just this is a lot of people that believe this, um, that are praying to the devil and don't even know it. That's devastating to any Christian who isn't aware of it. That's why when I pray, I say Creator. Like even in the Torah, they refer to the prime creator. In the Sumerian tablets, they refer to the prime creator as the God, the real God. And they talk about themselves being, well, we're like gods too, but not the prime creator. So they admit that they're not God, and they admit to making us look like them, and they admit to making mistakes, that our arms are too short and then our legs were too short. And so they had to keep trying until they got our, to us to be the way we are today. So the Sumerian tablets is like the most believable, and it's more just a historical document to me, documentation of events, not a holy thing, but just a documentation. And I think they took that, and bad people usurped it. The Jesuits, they created the Quran, and then they edited the Bible to make it more of a slave document, an enslavement, and they fooled almost everybody. You know, there's very few of us that know this truth. And natives, they use the word creator. They don't say God. And I'm just showing you on this episode. I think I talked about it before, but that that word doesn't mean what you think it means. It's terrible because even I keep using that word because it's repeated over and over in the church.
Ingrained into your brain.
Yeah, just like Amen. They get you to pray to Amen, who's a lower level god in the Sumerian tablets, in the Egyptian gods. It's a lower level god, and they get you to end your prayers with Amen. And it's just an ugly, ugly reality, because if people want to have faith, they really should be told the truth. It's not a place for lies in a church. And how dare they ask for money and donations when
Created into a business.
they could end poverty? They could house, clothe, and feed the whole world with the money they've accumulated. And they chose not to do it. But then I dug deep and I found all these lies. And these words, like Hallel, is another word for Gadriel. And they get you to say hallelujah, which means Hallel is my God. So they're getting you to pray to the devil, and you don't even know it. When you're saying hallelujah, it's Hallel, my God. Because Jah is God, right? And even Yeshua said, you know, uh, Satan is the god of this world. Well, yeah, he is. I can guarantee that now. There's no doubt in my mind. And his church is the Vatican.
Doesn't it
And
say inside scriptures that you're not even supposed to use the name God?
yep.
And so for everybody that's why just creator is not using God's name, and everybody's trying to name the God that it says in their own scriptures that you're not supposed to name. It's fascinating, like how twisted that is.
Yeah, it's forbidden to say the name of God, but creator is a way to not be tricked into praying to the devil. just by
creator of
saying
all
God.
things. Yeah,
Yeah.
creator of all things. That's you're not naming it. You're just, paying
Hmm.
homage to the creator of all things.
Yep.
And
And that's why they changed the first line in the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So they're putting Satan as the god of the earth. When it really says before Elohim fashioned the firmament, the earth was was void. The sentence structure was totally different when I translated it. So they took Elohim just means deity kind. Like I'm a man, but all mankind includes women and children. That's what Elohim means. It means deity kind. And in Sumerian tablets admits that there are higher beings. They lived 400,000 years, so they're definitely not like us. And they didn't want us to be as powerful as them. I guess they thought we would be a threat. But that's the Sumerian tablets, which I find probably the most believable because they admit to making mistakes. That's what got my attention when I saw
And
that they admitted to making errors. That
and
was
the other religions would chop your head off if you told them they made an error.
Yes, the Quran is actually, yeah, and to want to tax people for practicing Christianity, but then moving to a Christian country, it just kind of doesn't make sense why they would want to leave a Muslim country and invade a Christian country unless it was an actual war against us. And it explains why we have so many turbans in our parliament building now. It is an invasion, and I don't know if we can get out of it. I think that's a part of this. When the darkness is growing, the light is also growing in a balance. So I think we're going through this cycle, this end of a cycle where they're really coming at us, and to stop us from evolving. I think we're in a process of evolution. And at that point, we're not touchable. No weapons formed against us will prosper. I think that's where we're going. At least I'm hoping that's where we're going.
One of my theories that, I've thought about quite, intensely is that every time consciousness, mankind, when people start to become awake and aware and start to see the higher energies and dimensions and levels, that we become ungovernable. And the more we become ungovernable, the more a threat to the world order or this dark energy becomes, and they have to reset things. And that's why
Hmm.
the great floods of the past, I think at those times people have
Yeah.
become awake and aware, and they don't want that. They want this place as a dark training ground. And our job is just to keep searching for that light, keep just trying to climb out of the darkness, not becoming the darkness that they want people in. Like, now
Hmm.
they're actively murdering women and children in these wars. They're blowing up buildings, they're doing these destructive things, and people are cheering this stuff on. And it just shows that how dark of a place that people have become when they're cheering on and supporting people actually blowing up, targeting, shooting, snipering children, like, and people aren't
Yeah.
uh, repulsed and like banging down the walls because of this. And that's where the world is at right now. And, and
Yeah. I
really,
think that's what's keeping me down too. It's the children that snipers are shooting them, and it's just devastating. And X is really getting very negative too. They're showing a lot of it and talking about it. So, in anyone with the heart, an empath, for example, it's too much for them.
they could be they could also be fabricating, because don't forget their version of AI. They
Yes.
have, they have the ability, the fictional energy that they use to create something to appear real. So it
Yep.
might,
Yep.
especially with crowd troubles and everything, and they manufacture a lot of that stuff, and it does affect the mind of the people, and it lowers people's expectations, and they're just luring people. And so we if something is not of a particular lived experience, be careful, be wary, be on guard, and just be yeah. Um, but it's good to be activated in the most profound way, to be cautious and conscious. The two go together. You have to be cautious a little bit, so throw caution to the wind, but try to be receptive to what's going on, especially with television. I mean, I don't know how many viewers now are still sort of glued to what the mainstream is. I mean, for me, it's I shouldn't say this. It's comedy. I shouldn't
Mm.
say that. It looks like people are dying and things, but you see, where I'm at, I think that's fake. A lot of what we're seeing is fake. So it's fakeness at its best. So it's like when the 9/11 scenario, when planes hit the building. Well, did they? I don't know. What happened? All right, it was an insider job. We all know that. But, you know, all that people falling out of the buildings, and
Yes.
dreadful, dreadful to see that. Would that, I don't know. Was that real? Were you there? I mean, did you see? Did you actually see all that? And with the holographic technologies that they have, the powers that were, they
Mm.
can just disappear. They've got incredible technologies.
I can
Uh,
appreciate what you're saying there, Barrett, because they are manipulating our loosh. They're trying to get us in that low vibration. They're doing things and creating things. And there are some things out there that are fake. But when you talk about, oh, were you there? But I listened to a doctor that was in Gaza that talked about they blew up a tent, and
Yeah.
then all the kid children were running out of the tent, that was just blown up. And then there were drones that were snipering children on the ground that were, had their leg blown off, but then the drone sniper would murder them. And this was an eyewitness account from a doctor who was there helping the children. So when someone speaks like that, and then I hear them, it's not something that was just manipulated on TV. Could he be lying? Of course he could be. Do I think he's lying? Absolutely not. There's 1%, maybe 0.01%. Do I think that he was lying about this, because I could feel the tears. I could feel
Mm.
that this was truth. And
Yep.
so is this stuff happening? Of course it's happening. They're blowing up bombs. They're blowing up bases. There's military. There's stuff is happening, right? This isn't just a TV show that they're trying to manipulate everyone. Like, people are dying, and they're targeting women and children, and that to me is horrific. And we're living in a same reality of others where this is going on, and we could try to pretend or try to think that it's not happening because we've not experienced ourselves. But I feel the deep destruction that's happening right now. I can feel the pain that's right now. I've been in the lowest place that I've been in for multiple different reasons, but I can really feel the suffering that's happening right now. And that's real. That's not something that's anybody's manipulated into my consciousness. I can feel the deep, dark destruction that's happening right now. And it's hard to go about every day just feeling this.
It is hard. Anthony Aguilar was on my show, and he was in Gaza, and he is a whistleblower. So yeah, he didn't like, he quit, or uh, he didn't quit. He retired or whatever. But they hired bikers from, who hate Muslims, the infidels, I think they're called, a biker gang. But they were, gleefully shooting whoever they wanted. And you can always find bad people. I mean, look at all these protesters that the ICE protesters. I mean, these people are terrorists, really. There, I saw a woman getting a reporter getting assaulted by men. I couldn't believe it. And just a small reporter. She was just a reporter. That's it. She wasn't provoking anything. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard to try to stay positive when we're being bombarded with horrific things that we would never do ourselves and never wish upon on others. But those poor people in Gaza, it's what an absolute crime against. It's like they're almost trying to provoke the creator to do something. Come on, get me.
This is the accelerationist part, which people believe they're accelerationists, is they believe if they fulfill these Bible prophecies by 7 countries turning on Israel and they're doing these horrifically horrible things, that there's going to elicit that the Messiah has to come back.
Yeah,
And that's why they're doing these things, because they truly, in their psychotic brain, think that if they torment and torture enough people, that the Messiah is
yeah,
going to have to return to stop it. And that's, I think, where a lot of their mentalities, are at right now.
yeah. That's, I mean, BBAI Satan Yahoo uh, did mention that he expects a Messiah to show up, but in the Torah, the Messiah is a poor man on a donkey. He's not a rich man or a powerful man. He is going to bring mankind together, basically ending all religions and showing the real creator and bringing the whole world together. That's kind of what's going to happen uh, according to the Torah. The Messiah is like just a humble poor man, but his spiritual power and his faith, and he's going to bring the world together, and everyone's going to see what the Creator, really is, and unite mankind. So that's a beautiful thing. I think the Talmudic, rabbinic, rabid, rabid
You feel
Talmudic. I think they have a different kind of Messiah and different gods.
Barrett?
God is their God. Go ahead, Barrett.
I was gonna say, do you feel, through research and your own intuition, do you think there has ever been unity and peace on Earth? Do you feel that there has been a time, you know, time of Lemuria, or time
Yeah.
where there was peace on Earth, and that we've been downgraded, and
Yes.
now we're restoring ourselves back to where we were
Yeah.
thousands of years ago.
Hmm.
We've got to go back to where we were at a certain level of consciousness. Because
Yeah.
for me, the act of war, I can understand the nature behind it. I understand how energy is created. You need two opposing polarities to conflict. Okay, because something is created as a byproduct of two coming into, because it's like Einstein's theory of when with the atom, when he was able to split it and then forced it to go back again to become one again, and it created a fusion, which is powerful energy. So I think we got to be very careful with words. I think we got to be careful. You know, there's war, there's peace. There's peace, there's war. There's life, there's death. I think we've got this all embedded within this incredible biological computer, and we need to understand the nature of this instrument, because if we don't understand this instrument, because we could be part of the creator from the micro to the macro. Maybe we are causing a lot of these wars. Maybe we're part of this, and
Well, like
we realize it.
be- well,
We're
before the
causing it
flood,
and part of it because we're not stopping it.
Well, how do you stop something from this happening? How do
Well,
you take ownership? Because the book that I've written, it's all about knowing thyself. It's a dynamic inquiry of self. What I find, if I want to have a deep impact on planet Earth, I work on myself
yeah.
without words. And this is what I was saying earlier, which I wrote. In this moment, frequency is not something to chase, but something to remember. It rises naturally as you return to the quiet knowing of who you are beyond validation, beyond performance. When you stand rooted in your own presence, aligned with your higher awareness, your energy speaks before words ever need to. There is no need to prove worth where truth is embodied, for the body, the breath, the stillness become the message itself. From this place of inner sovereignty, life begins to respond in harmony, and what you radiate becomes the invitation for others to rise. Because and believe me, this hasn't been child play for me. I mean, many times it's been hair pulling stuff. I mean, it's like you're trying to connect the dots, you're trying to make sense, you're listening to a lot of people, you're gathering a lot of stuff, and you're trying to siphon and blah blah blah. Then suddenly, bingo, something works, and then you try something else. And but I genuinely believe is you have the power to energize anything and everything. um, you can neutralize something if you want to, in presence, in taking ownership, responsibility, and accountability. To question authority where it begins to malfunction if you look at it from the point of, is this real or is it fake? I
Hmm.
think if something is fake, then you're not going to be energized, because because I believe that the powers that were working with some kind of opposing polarity, I don't think they have the power that we have, but they're using our power to keep us enslaved,
Yeah,
so
they have the knowledge of how
and they're
to.
how to manipulate
Yes,
this incredible vessel.
it has
they're
So
doing
secrets.
that they're doing that by keeping us divided. And that's the whole key, is that when we come together, we're powerful. We can only
Yes.
separate ourselves from ourselves, and we're the
Hmm.
ones who separate. So I'll just give you a kind of an answer to, what you were saying there, Barrett.
yeah,
So what would have more impact on the collective in making a change for the better? If me, this vessel here, went and did all the inner work, and I went and seen the Buddhist monks, and I went to the highest temples, and I went to a mountain where I could figure out that I could actually even float. Or I went and got 1 million people, 10 million people, organized them collectively, got them together and marched on parliament and kicked all these donkeys out. Which is going to have a bigger impact, and which is going to have make changes for the better faster and help the collective more? Me working on myself, getting to that state of enlightenment, to that Siddhartha where I feel like I'm enlightened and Buddha, or I actually, bring together millions of people to actually make the change that we want to see in the world? Which is going to be
Hmm.
more impactful, do you think?
well, Paul, do you want to answer that one? You
I would have
first.
said collective. I think the problem is if you get a leader, they'll take them out.
And then another one pops up. The problem is having no optimism that we can attain this. So we can
Right.
always think of every reason why we can't do this. Every time someone wants, oh, but it can't happen, they'll do this and they'll do that. But we're just, kicking ourselves in our, in our
Yep.
own, putting our, foot in our own mouth, or bringing ourselves
Hmm.
down, because we can always think of reasons why we can't. Well, why can't we start thinking of reasons why we can?
Yeah, and I hate that too because I know that they will infiltrate. If you get a group on Facebook, they'll get their little trolls in there And if you do get a leader, they will, attack that character with anonymous accounts, and
But
you know what I
again,
mean.
that's back to the excuses
It's a
again,
war.
right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's they did that. We're not going to allow that. We're going to be too strong. If we feel and we have the
Hmm.
mentality that we can do this, we're not going to allow it. Creators not going to allow infiltrators to happen. Maybe
Right.
they've infiltrated in the past. We're not going to allow them to happen. It's the
Mm.
mindset, the mentality. If we feel defeated and we are defeated, then we will be defeated. But if we feel that we can make a difference, we can change this place for the better, then guess what? We probably can, because we know that there is forces that are on our side.
Yes. Yes. And you definitely had a lot of followers that could have
Supporters.
done something. Supporters, yeah. And it is about numbers. It really is. We need the numbers. And
It's
I will.
connecting. We have to connect. The more people we
Yes.
can connect together, the powerful we all become. That's what they
Hmm.
don't want. Their whole ideology about how they've kept control for so long, it's divide and conquer.
Yeah.
Divide and conquer. Divide the masses so we can conquer them, because they'll just be silly asses.
Yeah.
Jesse, isn't it enriching though, when you're building content, and because naturally you were part of linking what was missing. Okay, so you kind of like putting things together, and it's part a kind of resolution where it was beginning to resolve itself in a natural way. It's quite interesting because you could go to another phase, because yeah, the pain is important. We all go through a level of pain. We go through the dark night of the soul, going through a process of closing its eyes, opening its eyes, and and it's a process of evolution. We're evolving, like Mother Earth is evolving. It's going to, I genuinely believe it's going to a higher level of consciousness, because everything is to a point expanding as well. So that said, do you, because I noticed, Jesse, when what Paul was sharing with this this cartoon thing as well, because because before, pardon the expression, shit hit the fan with the missing link situation, I was in the process of knocking at your door and saying, do you fancy doing this with with us, and then but you know what, into from my under what I see you is, you're such a valuable player, in as far as even now coming back, creating content for people. So whether it's the music, it's the video you do, so what I'm saying, it's energizing, and it will kind of help you to rekindle, reconnect, and to become even more impeccable from where you left off. If there were grounds where something wasn't right, it's fine. It's a lesson. We all go through certain things, in some more than others. Some people go through more pain, less pain, blah blah blah. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to arouse you to feel that you know um, you are in a position right now where we understand, but the thing is, um, how can we come together in a more unified way, because to create this content so that we can help each other, not to divide, and allow the powers that were to take greater hold, if you will. I mean, you'd be a very important key player to, because you've done so much over the years, where you've you've brought a lot of nectar to the table, especially to the truth table. Could you Would you be sort of in a position, if not today, next week or whatever, get your hands back to, or is there something more? I mean, that you feel that you just really don't want to anymore? Because I genuinely believe there. I think you're going to. I've got a sneaky
Um,
feeling.
I'm just in a very low place that I have no idea what I'm doing right now. I don't even know what I want to do. I don't even know. I just, I've, tried for, so long, and I feel like I'm spinning my wheels right now. One thing what you just talked about, which it was so inspiring, was through the missing link, and other things that we did was we connected so many people together, and that was one of the most I guess gratifying parts of what we did, is that
Exactly.
that we would bring people that nobody knew. Like, we didn't just look for people that were had like millions of supporters, and we did obviously interview some people like that, but we just went where we were led to go. And if someone mentioned something and we inspired, and so we bring someone up onto the screen for everybody to see, and they probably a lot of times just seen or heard from them for the very, very first time, but resonated with them, liked what them. We even, like, Angeline told me that there was someone who I interviewed who met her like husband. He saw her up on the screen and then reached out to her, and then all of a sudden now they're living together, and and they're together in things, right? So we've connected people, we've connected people to work together, we've inspired people to do podcasts, we were helping people to really connect. And I think that was the most impactful part of what we did, was the connection of people, because I'm a firm believer that they're trying to divide us. So anytime you can connect people, like I've got like 2 or 3 thousand phone numbers in my phone from over the years. And like, if I ever someone mentions something to me, oh hey, I could use this or whatever, oh, I'm like, hey, I know somebody, and then I would just connect them. And no thoughts of any getting remunerated or anything, or if someone needed help with their business, oh hey, I know somebody, and then I like connect them. So I've always been the
Yeah.
type of person that has always just tried to connect people. If I could help, I didn't look, whoa, well, what can I get out of this, right? I've never ever had that type of mentality. I've
Yeah.
always just thought, if I could help people and connect people, that things would in turn come back my way. And I actually helped a few people attain $1 million companies, and the back was turned on me for because I wasn't signed a contract and things. So it has bitten me in the ass, but there's been more positive that's come out of it than some of these negative things. And like, my mom and my sister would always say, anytime any adventure comes up, did you get a contract? Do you make sure you get a contract? Because of how many times I've been like shafted just for being me and just trying to help people without not have any type of
Yeah.
ulterior motive, but trying to make things happen. And there is greed out there, it's unfortunately. And
Yeah.
sometimes when people, all of a sudden money comes into play, and then they forget who helped them get there. But again, those aren't the people that, it's like learning lessons, those aren't the people that I want in my life anyways, right?
Yeah.
They'll
We're the
continue
same that
out their
way.
own path.
We're the same that way. Absolutely. I've connected people, and I don't even think about myself. I think we're all like a part of a living vehicle, and we work together, like a cell, like different parts of a cell. And to me, profit or wanting profit would ruin the purity of the mission. So I think we're the same. I think Bear's probably the same too. I think most of my guests are like that. Honestly, I don't do this for profit. I don't ask for money. I think it would ruin it if this was about profit. It would ruin the honesty of it. But I think I don't think I think Jesse. I think
But
you have
this,
a special part in what's coming, and it's probably not this. It's not a podcast. I see you more of a hands-on, participatory part of it. even like doing this. But I think you need to be, to take care of you.
Yeah. Jesse, I mean, you don't have to answer this question, but has there been other people sort of knocking at your door and saying, is there anything else we can do? So there's been a handful of people, I guess, right? Saying, yeah.
People have
Okay.
reached out and trying, looking for me to join their team and things like that. Like I've had, stuff like that. But again, while I'm not in a high vibrational place,
Yeah.
I feel that, trying to join a team or, put my energy towards something will only bring it down right now, right? I have to get
Mm,
myself into the place and space where I
mhm.
feel elevated, that I will be an asset and not a liability. And right now I feel like a liability. And that's why I've kind of, taken a step back from everybody and everything and not really talk to anybody. And, people reach out and I
Mhm.
don't respond back to them. And I feel bad because that's not my intention, is to, to not communicate, but I just don't, feel that I'm in a place where I can benefit somebody right now. And I know
Yeah,
that may be selfish to think, as we talked about before, but that's just the way I'm feeling right now. And I even just
yeah,
tore my calf muscle last week, and I was like sleeping in my freezing cold car, and like like I don't know, it's just I just lots of things have been really hard on me and my body, and just trying to figure out this my place and like what I'm even doing here. And I was like yelling at God, like like what am I doing here, and like we're yelling at Creator, like what am I doing here, like why am I here, like why am I even here, like I don't know, I just
yeah.
so
I think we're both in a low spot, but I know I need you, and as a part of whatever we're going through, and it's not like a job or a project. It's just talking, just sharing what we're doing right now. I don't know why. I just trust my gut. The creator is like really working with me, and even when I'm like I feel very down, like I didn't want to do this, but I I know it's important. I know that we all have our part, in this, and I think that being low is a part of this. You know, I think it's a part of what we're all going through. Anyone with a good heart, I think, is suffering right now, and that's why I think it's so important that we reach to each
Yeah.
other and
You're not alone. Yeah.
include each other in, like, even though I don't like people at my house that much. This is a way to be together without, invading each other's privacy, space, because I like to be alone too when I'm down. I don't want to bring anyone down with me, you know. But I think it's a part of this process that we're going through that's making it very extra hard. And I'm hoping that we can help others by just talking about it, things that aren't nobody else is talking about it, you know. I don't want to be the news. This is not a news channel. We're not propaganda. We are just being raw, real. Sometimes I make jokes and sometimes I'm very serious. But I know that I reached out to people that I felt could be a part of whatever we're going through, and hopefully we'll be able to help others in the process, even though I don't feel like a healer right now. You know, I don't feel like I'm helping, but I know that that's the purpose, the fundamental purpose of what this show is right now is to help raise frequencies, let people know that they're not alone, that maybe they feel down and they don't know why. This is a creation thing that's happening, a cycle, an end of a cycle of a terrible time. Before Noah, they lived up to 1,000 years, and then after, we were genetically modified to not live more than 120 years, and the rulers that be now are trying to shorten that even more. So it's all by design, our suffering. None of it's legitimate. It's all evil too. It's not human nature. It's not natural. Even the people that are dark, dark souls out there, uh, it's not natural. They were programmed in. They fell for the programming, and they, like coddling a victim can turn them into the monster. So you don't want to coddle a victim. Like if you say, you deserve reparations for slavery that happened 100 years ago, or however how long, now they're attacking white people because slavery. So that's what happens when you coddle a victim instead of, you got to stand up on your feet. Like my parents did that to me. I told them something bad happened to me when I was young, and they just whatever. They didn't care. And by not coddling me, it made me strong, and I stopped being a victim. You know, and so we don't want to coddle people right now. We want to let them know they're not alone. Oops. Barrett must be testing his pH levels. He's te- Barrett is
And, and with
he's
what
testing his. Sorry, he's testing his pH level in his urine.
and with what Barrett was saying is that this place was, thousands of years ago, was it in a place? I've seen how this place is supposed to be. I've seen how the energy when people are working together and things are flowing and things are in abundance. Like I've seen it. Like I've actually physically seen how it's supposed to be here. And, potentially they've lied to us about thousands of years ago or this Lemuria. Like, potentially for Tartarian Empire may have been like that, where energy was free, where things were abundant.
Yep.
And for whatever reason, this could have been just maybe 300 or 400 years ago, where they've changed things and altered history and, changed things to think that, oh, it has to be dark and people are just evil. And,
Mhm.
and this is again the programming. And were we programmed to believe we're only supposed to live here 80 or 100 years? Did they genetically manipulate it, or did they manipulate it in consciousness? And if people believe they're only supposed to live to 50, 60, 70, maybe 80 years old, do the body now respond because that's what the programming believes? And if you believe you're going to live here to 100, 200, 500 years, could you actually do that because that's what your consciousness now is believing? Is that how they've manipulated? They talk about through genetic
Mhm.
manipulations or through their DNA, but could it not have just been through consciousness to change people's, beliefs, or change people's mentalities into feeling that, we're doomed, we're nothing but sinners, we're worthless, we're not
Mhm.
supposed to be here for very long. They were programmed, we're slaves, we're nothing, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah, and the church is a big part of this. I mean, the Gregorian calendar. So 13 must be a very important number for mankind. They don't have 13. They took 13th floor out of apartment buildings. They took the 13 months moon cycles per year. They took the 13th hour out of a clock. So I don't, 13 is such a anomaly for me. It's like, why? What is it about this number that even the church changed our calendar to make it an absolute mess? It's an absolute mess with your leap years and, 28 days and 30 days and 31 days. They made it so ridiculous. What, to me, I go by the lunar calendar now. On the full moon is the first of the month for me. So we're coming towards our second month. No, we're past our second month. The pink moon. Yeah, no, pink moon was April 1st, and that was the first month of the year, the first day of the year that we did together. And the next one is the flower moon, which is also on the first, so like the second month. And I bring it up during the show. This is the and I just go by the moon. because I'm defiant. Because I know this, and it also it's just more evidence how the church has been detrimental to mankind when they're supposed to lift us up. See, they have done everything to make things harder, and they've been taking money, and they're tax free. I mean, it's just obscene what the church has done and doing now. See, now they're openly bringing, prayer carpets for Muslims in the Catholic Church. Two opposing, they created them to conflict, but they're showing, to me, they're showing me that, yeah, you've made them both, and you're trying to you're trying to merge and harmonize all religions to create debauchery, Sodom and Gomorrah. Underage brides. That's what the Quran was all about. And then the Talmud, well, that's just even way worse. That 3 years old is wow. But these are supposedly holy books. So what does holy mean what does it really mean? Holy means, to me, as Baret, you say it all the time, you know, to walk in integrity and speak,
To be wholesome,
authentic. Yeah.
wholesome, and to be impeccable
Impeccable. That's the word I was looking for.
to,
Yes.
with your words. Not to break the peace.
Mm-hmm.
To bring comfort to those
Mm-hmm.
who are in pain. But the only way you can comfort one is to feel their pain, to understand the
Mm-hmm.
cause. We're not trying to soothe their symptoms, but to take greater care, ownership, to be responsible, and to know what caused it in the first place. And
But most people I know are very religious. Like my father was a pastor,
yeah,
and I had to get him to stop speaking in tongues. I said, no, no, don't do that. You're like welcoming evil. You don't know what you're asking to come into you. You're opening yourself up by speaking something you don't know, just by going blah 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 blah. They were trying to get me to do it, and I said, no, this is wrong. This is evil. You speak with your own tongue. And I told him, and he stopped eventually. He really respected me. I don't know why. He was way older than me. But he stopped doing it because I said, when Jesus spoke in tongues in the book, everyone understood him. They heard him in their tongue. That was the miracle of speaking in tongues. It's not speaking in gibberish. And the Pentecostals are the worst, where they have someone to interpret. When there's someone in tongues, then you have someone who interprets what they said. It's just wow. It's so dark, and people don't even realize that. But I realize it, and it just basically isolates me from all these people I love, who will say you're crazy. You know.
But is it, them isolating you or you isolating yourself from them? Because for me, the way I look at things and I look at religions and even Judaism, maybe the Talmud is a little bit of a stretch, but for people that are in the Muslim faith, great. If that's your connection to Creator and you want to call Creator Allah and take the good things out of the book, then that's amazing. If you want to put prayer
Mhm.
carpets in the Catholic Church, great. That if we're bringing different people from different faiths together, this is wonderful. As long as
Yeah.
it's same Creator and they're good, treat the golden rule, treat others how you want to be treated. Is there some bizarre things in some of these holy things? There is in the Bible, there is in the Quran, but don't
Yeah.
focus on that. These are type of things. Don't give it power, don't give it energy, don't
Mhm.
allow people to hate other people that believe in that faith just because there are some bizarre things in the book, and then you're perpetuating that negative energy and the negative feelings and the division. Then you're doing the devil's work. because as much as you
Yep.
want to just make people aware, as soon as you're dividing people from Muslims, or you're dividing people from Christians, or you're dividing
Mm.
people from Jews, you're doing the devil's work, because
Yep.
we are all God's children. We just
Yep.
have been taught different ways to
Yep.
honor that. And as anybody that wants to divide themselves from other people because they have the arrogance or ignorance to think that their religion is better, that's the devil's talking to them. That's
Yep.
not what this is about. We should be able to embrace people of different cultures and religions. We should be able to, come together with people, because that's how they keep control, is the divide and conquer. And they
Absolutely.
put these bizarre things into the books in order
Yep.
for, look, see, they do this with children, and they do
It's
this,
true.
this and that, right? But it's
Yep.
just, and most people, like I know a lot of Muslim people, they think that's appalling. They would never do anything like that. But
Yep.
Muslims are painted on a big brush, and Muhammad, he was like with a 12-year-old or whatever it was, and then they want to cause division and hate because of that. But every single Muslim that I know would be appalled of some kind of a thing like that. That's not who they are. That's not what they believe. And things
Yeah.
happened different 400, 500, 900,000 years ago. It
Yep.
was written in apocryphal languages, and things were a much different time. So just because they believe in a religion that started in a time where things were much different, it doesn't mean the people that are like that now. I know people that would go and hunt down pedophiles that are Muslims, that are in Christians, that are in the Jewish faith, right? And so just because there's some bizarre things in some scriptures, it doesn't mean we need to paint everybody with the same brush. And that's the
Absolutely.
division, what's happening with people. And that's why
Yeah.
it's hard when I hear people try to like discredit a whole faith of people, when that faith, that religion has gotten people connection to creation, to creator. It's
Yeah.
just different than other people. And this is why I love about the native spirits, is they're just creator, and they sing together, and they're out and they do sweat lodges together, and they experience nice things that they don't talk about
Yeah.
other
Their prayers.
religions. They don't talk, they just pray, and they just sing,
Yeah.
and they just try to connect and smoke the peace
Mhm.
pipe, and do these kind of neat things. And that to me is, out of all the kind of religion experiences that I've had, that to
It's the
me is the
best.
closest connection to creation that I've ever
I
had, is through the Native American Indian
Yep.
experiences that I had. But I've also been in Sikh temples, and I've also been in Catholic places, and I've also been in all kinds of different places of worship. And to me, I don't look, oh, well, what was written bad back then, I can't even be here. No, I just embrace the experience. I see the people. I go to
Mhm.
Sikh temples, that what they do is, every family is responsible for a different day to come and provide the food and cook for everybody. So they'll go and say it's our family's day. We'll go and buy all the food, $400 or $500 worth of food, and then our whole family will come and I'll cook and I'll serve and everything. And everybody just goes to the Sikh temple and eat. I can go to any Sikh temple right now, any single day of the week, and eat for free. And it's because they're just like that. So could somebody, why should people be starving? No, there's places of like Sikhs, but how much are Sikhs treated, Sikhs dirty, Sikhs and this and that. People think of them as dirty, people think of them as this, and people think of them as that, because that's what they've programmed, so they can enjoy the community that they have. I think that's a beautiful thing that they do in a community, and everybody now food feeds and serves, and then any day of the week you or your family can go eat for the rest of the month. Maybe it's your time, and once every 2 months, if there's
Mhm.
60 different families that are in the temple, then it's your turn once every 2 months, right? And this stuff is beautiful, right? And so
That's a
just
great point.
because and just because and they have Guru Nanak, and just because they have what are the different, the elephant god and this god and that god, just because they have all these different gods and that's how they choose to worship, it doesn't make me look at them as evil, or make me look at
No.
them as they can't be my brother or sister. I come and I sit down and I break bread with them, and they're beautiful people. We have amazing conversations. And
Yep.
so do I care what gets them to connection to creation? No, I care they're my brother and sister, and if they treat me good, I'll treat them good back. If they're assholes to me, I'll be assholes back. And that's, where I kind of see this whole, religious division that they've created. They've created these religions to cause division, divide and conquer,
Yes.
keep us all divided. And
Beautiful.
when you're doing that yourself, you're just causing that division knowingly or unknowingly.
Yeah.
Yes,
No,
sir.
but I have been in different churches and I felt the spiritual connection with the Creator. You know, um, I I want people to know what these words mean, so they can deprogram themselves from saying them, so they're not praying to the devil because their faith is strong. Like I know a lot of Christians that have very powerful faith, as I did. Well, I do, but finding out that I was saying these words and what they mean uh, was traumatic for me. It's like, oh my God. Oh, see, I just said God. It's hard to undo it. I still do it. I catch myself and I say Creator because it doesn't allow that prayer or that thought to go to anyone else. I want it selfishly to go to the Creator alone. I don't want to give recognition to any of His children. See, I also see the devil as the son of God because he was created. He wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the Creator. So I look at it that way. I don't want to pray to him, but I respect that he is a son of God. And that would include Baal and all of the darkness. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the Creator. So it has purpose. And to me, it just brings life to the word seek and ye shall find. Because that's what it is to me. I have to seek. It's seeking that allowed me to find all this stuff out. But yeah, I definitely don't want to divide or demonize any religion because we are all connected. We're like one cell that's unaware of the different components. We're unaware that we're connected. Like the little parts and components of one cell are unaware that they can function without each other. So yeah,
Can't have one
connection.
without the other.
I know Bear's dying to say something.
No, no, no.
No, he's living to say something. Again, see, those are one of those spell words. Is he dying? No, he's not. See, I try to
Yeah,
not use those type. These are spell words. He's dying to. No, I don't think he's dying to say anything. I'm sure he wouldn't want to
And
die just to be able to speak his last word and then
and
gone.
that's
Again,
that's
those are spell words.
yes, and we want you to know them too at home because we catch ourselves because we're more aware of it, and you have to catch yourself too, because spells, the English language is where the spells are happening. They've rigged it against us to keep
And
us
that's
in a lower frequency.
And that's why I say, like, handsome as an angel. I don't think the other one is handsome. I think but they've programmed people to think darkness is handsome. People
Yeah,
actually say that, and I'll rather say handsome as an angel, right? I try not to, or I look to not use, their spell words. And am I perfect? No, I got a lot of work that I got to do. I've got a lot of inner work. I've been connected with this course, so I'm going to be doing some of this really deep inner work to help me become a better me. And because I've hurt people too, and it's hard when that because some of your actions have hurt others. It's something that when you look, you don't want to do that anymore. So you just want to
yeah,
really try to become better of yourself. And like how Baret was earlier saying that once you better yourself, it helps the collective, it helps the world. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I've just got to do some inner work to get me being the best possible me that I can, so that way I can, like how you said, Barrett, is be an inspiration to others, or I'm important. Well, I think I'll be much more important when I kind of tear down some of the walls that have been built around my heart to protect my heart, to make sure that, it wasn't being hurt by anybody because of, what I had to endure growing up. And, I guess now is the time for me to, really look at myself and make me a better person. And then, I can become that powerful, positive influence without, having barriers holding me back.
That's awesome, brother. That's awesome. But I was just wondering if I think Paul has left the studio. Maybe, yeah, I'm sure he'll be back. Um, no, that's really powerful stuff you shared, brother. I mean, that's particularly with the spell words, because people just um, they don't realize, and then when they take greater care and they realize, um, we're kind of spelling each other, and it's not really keeping us in good check, really. And so when we become more conscious, because I'm kind of like I'm becoming more telepathic with people now as well. It's like I'm beginning to feel situations without having to express too many words, too many variables, too many labels, just to get things simple, and to get raw with people, and try to understand what's causing their anguish, what's causing their pain. And often enough, they allow others to take refuge, because they just they abandon themselves, sometimes because the pain gets too much for them. And but it's great that we can come together, and to share space, and because when somebody has good intentions. I think you're able to uh, understand and connect when someone has your best interest, right? And you know when you're in the wrong company, or a good company, so if you're with good company, you go with the flow, and not limit yourself from what can come out of it. And certainly for the audience as well, excuse me, I mean, um, what I find is, the less expectations do you have, and to be in this natural rhythm of going with the flow, and not having a necessary end product. There's no need to say, because we're not in the position to, um, certainly I'm not, and I know you're not. We're not in the business of wanting to harm each other. Certainly not. And I'm one, and I think I speak for you, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers. I sit shoulder to shoulder with people. Like you were saying, for me, it's not about what religion you are, or what you practice, as long as you're not causing harm. And sometimes you can cause harm unintentionally, because you were saying earlier that, I've caused harm. But are you saying you got out of bed one morning and said, I'm going to go out there and cause harm, right? I don't
No,
think
just
you
just 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 not realizing my actions or lack thereof did cause other harm. And not knowingly, and just trying not to believing it was the other person's responsibility or the other person's problem, and not comprehending that solving another person's problems would be solving my problems, and by not wanting to deal with it is something that caused harm, because I put a wall up instead of wanting to I guess, embrace, the pain or embrace the struggle. And because of that, not wanting to, causing someone unintentional harm, but it was still causing them harm because I didn't think it was my, problem to figure out.
Yeah, well, it's part of the growing up process. It's kind of like uh, some form of maturity taking office. You become sharper, you become more refined with time, and taking get greater care, ownership, responsibility, and you become more sensitive, um, and having a greater impact on people. And certainly, I've over this time, when what little podcasting I've done is I've developed this ability to listen more. To sit with people, and it's it's very easy because we all like to talk, and we can sometimes interrupt the flow of things. But I think it's imperative that we give people the chance to really express themselves, and to go deep, to go as deep as possible. And if you because I've been doing a bit of regression over the years, and I was saying to Paul earlier, I mean, there's nothing magical about doing this. It's just creating an atmosphere where people can be themselves, and that they can relax in your company, and show the things that they wouldn't otherwise show. Parts that, because there's certain implants, there's certain things there that's certainly not holding you in a good place. And sometimes when you're sharing it with people who really care, you can sort of offload it. And that's why it's great to have these conversations. And I think a lot of viewers are welcoming it as well, because there's a lot of people out there who are in genuine need for a form of navigating through this difficult times that we're in at the moment. So yeah, but thank you so much, Jesse, for I appreciate you coming on today. You know, it's been wonderful seeing you, and thank you very much. Thank you
Always.
for showing up as well as always. But forgive me, I'm going to have to leave now. As much as I'd love to stay, thank you so much again,
Yep.
Paul, as well, and
Thank you.
looking forward to the next beautiful show whenever the invitation comes.
Yep.
It's a thrill, honor to be around the truth table, and to our beautiful viewers. And thanks a lot, Jesse, as well, for your beautiful presence. And I'm sure we will connect again in the very near future. Until then, to our beautiful viewers, to Paul, to Jesse, thank you so much. And see
Who
you for.
is that?
That's my
Bit-
buddy.
I'll go and
that's that's
take my.
hey,
that's my
guy,
buddy.
Bye,
Barrett,
Barrett.
just meet Joe
Barrett. I only
before
saw
you
a
go.
minute of you. I'm sorry. I just
Oh,
wanted to tell him I was impressed with what he
Oh,
said. I was impressed, Barrett, with what you said. I only saw a few minutes, but you captured me that fast. If
Oh,
that's your name, Barrett.
yeah.
cheers, man. I mean, respect to you, Joe. I've never had the presence, your beautiful presence, but I'm sure we'll get the chance to feel your beautiful vibe as well. I
Right
don't
on.
know much about you, Paul. Who is this wonderful person? But
that's
there's no.
Joe Cool.
Oh, Joe, cool. All right, man. But listen, Joe, have a nice connection, and peace and love. And
If you
I'm
got a YouTube, maybe I
yeah,
can ask Jesse to send me your link. And I'm social, so anytime I see a link, I'll come over and hang out with you if you like.
I look
Joe
forward to.
just Joe just texted me, and so I texted him the link. And I know you were mentioning about bringing other people to the truth table, so I just
Yeah.
thought, hey, I might as well do that. And Joe's very intelligent, and are
Thank you.
kind of I added a little bit on the flat Earth thing. I keep sending him. He doesn't like the flat Earth, and I keep sending him these things, and so he just kind of gives me his synapse of why it's they're bullshitting and all this kind of thing. So
I got a
I
lot of
just
flat Earth buddies, though. Don't think I hate them. I have
much better friends. I love Jesse. I got friends who I love and lived with who are flat earthers. You know, it don't change nothing that I disagree with them.
I'll let you go, Barrett. Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
I'll,
peace
I'll
and
let you
love.
know next time.
I look
Easy,
for.
buddy. Nice to meet you.
And so I wanted to say earlier, Paul, is that showing up, providing the space is half the battle, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Allowing, giving people an opportunity to come up and come together. And, just by you being there and providing that space is, a step ahead. What are we
More
to
than
do? Well,
half, Jesse. Right?
maybe 80,
I
maybe
put it on
80%.
80, 90.
When I first thought of it, like I was gonna say 90, and then I was
Yes.
thinking about saying about 66,
No.
and then I was like, I just said half the battle. So my mind went through three different levels on
Yeah,
that.
you
But
got to show up to create all of these things and give them an opportunity to even occur. Showing up changes everything. And go ahead, Jesse. I'm interrupting.
no, and so the other thing, and I'm glad you're here because, we were talking a little bit about religion and how it's okay that different people have different
Oh
religions. And
yeah.
even though every single book has maybe some bizarre things in it, and it was written thousands of years ago in apocalyptic language for people in different time that were doing different things and
Hmm.
accepted different traditions, that, it doesn't matter as long as they have that connection to creator and it's good for them that things are different, but we should be able to embrace and accept other people's differences and not divide ourselves because think of them as evil just because they look
Yes.
at our creator as something different.
Or you may perhaps know one of these people and see how they live in life, or they're the you see them outside or something, and see how they live in life. And then after you talk to them, then you find that this one thing is going to change your opinion. You see that they're a good dad, take their kids to school every day, pay their bills, go to work. But if the guy believes that the Philistines were after the 1706 is a declaration of so and so, suddenly you become the enemy. That makes no freaking sense.
Hmm.
And Joe, to
Yeah.
give you a little bit about Paul, Paul has read all the different scriptures. He's read all the different books. He's read the Bhagavad Gita. He's very well versed when it comes to all the
Very
different
good.
books and scriptures. So,
I
I'm
hope
sure
he's
that
gonna
there was
be here, man. I'm sure I got a million questions if I didn't join late or anything, because I got questions with all of that.
yeah, Paul, this is Paul's show, and I think he goes as long as there's a need to go. I
Yeah.
don't think
There's yeah.
you don't
No
have a
limit.
time to cut off. Yeah.
No
All
limit.
right,
No.
Okay, but
all
before
right.
you get into that,
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
the
yeah.
thing that I had in my mind and why I'm glad you're here, is that because we're going to talk about color right now, and Joe has darker skin, darker complexion, curly hair.
Black guy,
So
west side of Chicago.
I don't like to say black because
Oh,
you're
yeah,
not black.
right. I don't want
You're
to
not black.
confuse
If I
people.
take a piece of black piece of paper and put it next to your skin, would you look black? Absolutely
No, no,
not.
no,
You wouldn't even
no,
look anywhere near black.
Yeah.
If
no.
I
In
take a
fact,
white
I'm
piece
about as light as the guy over me. We're,
yeah.
we're close to the
So,
same
so
complexion.
I
Yeah.
take a piece of white paper. Do I look white? I don't know anywhere near
No,
that
no,
white. I don't.
no.
But I just want to talk about this color because what recently I saw was this girl, Tommy Lahren, who's kind of a podcaster, kicking in news. She was a
Mm.
big Trump supporter, and she was on the Trevor Noah show, and she was talking about, well, I don't see color, everybody to me is kind of the same. And he was like, oh, you don't see color? So what do you do when you come to a stoplight? And he was trying to really, make
Red
her
herring.
feel bad for that. And for me, color, like I could say the same. Like I don't see color. Of course, I see people have different shades of skin color, but
Yeah.
I've had friends all my life that have been, of darker complexion from East India, from Africa, from Australia, from China, from Lebanon, from here and
Right.
there, everywhere. I don't see them as, oh, you're Lebanese. No, you're either a good cat or you're an
No.
asshole.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You're either
It
nice or
only
you're
comes into play if I'm describing a person. That's the
uh,
only time it's gonna come into play. Have you seen my friend around the corner, Liberty Freak, short Cuban dude with a mustache? It's just a descriptor. It doesn't, apply to anything other than
doesn't
that.
mean he's a grimy Cuban that, like
Yeah, he's a
he's
great
illegal.
guy.
He's an illegal, and
Right.
he's selling drugs and all this kind of shit, and like,
Right.
and people
He's a Republican, in fact, the guy I'm thinking about. He loves Trump and all of that.
right. So that was wrong of him to say that to her, right, and to make her feel bad just because she was saying that she treats everybody the same, that she doesn't see color. And I just wanted your opinion
Sound
on
like he
that, Joe.
was desperate. Sound like he was desperate in order to go to the red light stuff. So it's like that tells me he feels like he's been caught in something. And when he would know, he'd have thought about it like I say, like I thought about it, like most humans would think about it. When she say, I don't see in color, she's not saying that I don't, she is saying, I totally understand that there's this thing that you guys believe in called race, and you have quantified the guy who comes from Africa and has been in here for this land. She totally understands all that bullshit. By her saying I don't see in color, she's just saying I'm not playing that political game.
Yeah.
He would have known that. And the fact that he deflected to a red light shows me he knew he was guilty.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm glad you see that. And Paul, this is Joe Cool. So he's a cop watcher. So he goes around and films, public servants doing good or doing bad things. And he's grew a YouTube channel to a few 100,000 followers or subscribers, or I don't like to use the follower word, but so
No.
he does a lot of like good work out there. He's actually paving the streets, pounding the pavement. He likes to come on panels. He likes to spend his time chatting with people. So he's a really big force, I think, when it comes to the internet, but also into helping. He's in America, helping the Americans hold their public servants accountable.
And I love the philosophies. Paul, is that
Yep.
your name? I need to know the philosophies in order to apply them as I'm trying to win over converts and stuff, or excuse me, provide my message and tailor my message. It all seems to stem from your philosophy, which is just your heart. So that's why I was so interested, because I do the Bhagavadas and anything Eastern, fucking, excuse me, Dead Sea Scrolls, whoever, whatever, uh, uh, any philosophy, philosophers, Confucius, Socrates. Don't like Aristotle, Plato so much, but I don't know. Any philosophy, I'll listen and see how it applies to me.
Is
Yeah.
that your name on YouTube, Joe motherfucking Cool? I never seen that before. That's hilarious. Has it always been like that, or did you change it to that?
They did when they had me change it. When they changed it to Joe Cool Chicago. When they first came around, they contacted me and asked if I would want that because they're going to the URL names. And then around then I changed it to Joe motherfucking Cool.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you have a channel you were building and had a lot of people, and then you had a girlfriend who had it and she totally, deleted your channel or something on you?
That is this the same channel. Had it back then, I probably had maybe 60,000 or something. It's 60, 70,000. And yeah, she got control. She didn't get control. I gave her my shit. She was my girlfriend. I gave her all my codes and stuff. She locked me out, took over administrator.
Oh.
I built a new channel. I didn't build it. I got in touch with YouTube, told them I wanted a new channel. And they said, sure, but you'd have to close out your old one first. And I knew she'd never do that. She wanted to hold it over my head forever. She saw me with a girl on YouTube, and she sends me a video of her shutting down my channel to hurt me. The other one pops up immediately with all the same stats under my name. Everything just falls right into play. I was happy as a lark. I could have never talked her into giving me my channel, but she did by doing that. And this is the same channel. Yes, all my subs, everything came right back under my name.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. So, Paul, any questions for Joe, or Joe, any questions for Paul?
Yeah, I talk too much. Paul, you don't know me, man, but I go on and on, and I won't consider it an insult or something if you interrupt me from time to time. All right. Uh, uh, do you follow a religion, Paul?
Um, I would say I what happened was when I was 16 years old, I was put on antidepressants because I was dating like 7 girls, and it was like too much for my brain. And they dated me because I was
Too much for anybody's brain, by the way.
uh, but it was very bizarre because I was doing a musical called Hair, and I got a lead
I
part
remember
in that.
here.
I got a
Uh,
lead part in that musical, and these 7 girls were in the musical, and it was all like love, love the '60s,
hippie stuff. Yeah.
yeah, hippies, free love,
Yeah.
and that's how it happened. And I ended up with like 7 girlfriends, and they all knew about each other, and they just didn't care. But it wasn't good for my brain, so I ended up on antidepressant, and then I hung myself in the basement underneath the theater,
Yeah.
and the rope was flat when I woke up because I woke up on the floor, and I fell on cement. There was no blood, no bone. I didn't break my brain, but I had a headache. But the rope was flat, and from that moment on, I knew there was a creator. I just
Whoa, you moving a little
I
fast.
because there was
I,
no way a rope breaks that way. It
I don't
breaks.
understand what float is flat, man. I guess you're talking about literally a flat rope as opposed to a cylindrical rope.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
no, like when a
No.
rope breaks, it frays
Yeah.
like frizzy
I
hair.
understand what you're saying now. Yeah.
But it was flat, like
Like someone cut it.
flat. Yeah, like a
Yeah,
laser
I get it.
cut.
I get it.
And it was like that on both ends. So and there was nobody there with me. So I knew
There's
there
zero
was
chance someone cuts you down, leaves you
zero
there, right?
chance. There
That
was
is
no.
very freaking interesting.
So I knew there was a creator at that point, and I
It's
knew
damn near impossible.
it's impossible. I've been wanting to go back there to see if the rope is still there,
Get a picture.
just to have it, just to have it as my evidence.
Yes.
But I
Yes.
haven't had the gall to go there.
I understand what it's like.
Hmm. But I knew there was a God at that point. There was no doubt in my mind, and I knew that somehow I had a purpose. I just didn't know what it was.
Let
I
me
think
ask you.
this is it.
I
This
think you
must be it.
I think
But
you've
after
answered my
that,
that part well. What about now?
so
Are
so
you
what I
active in
did,
spreading your message now?
um, I'm like in a perpetual research
Right
because my
on.
goal my goal was to find the creator, find out as much as I could. So I went from book to book to book, the Quran, the Gita, the Sumerian
Yeah.
tablets, uh,
Me too.
e- everything. But with the Bible, my instinct was something's wrong here. But that was the first book I started with, and
Right.
um, and I prayed about it, and my gut said, find the original. So I went to the
Exactly.
Hebrew. So I went to the Hebrew, and the first word was a lie. The first word is Rashith, and they translate it as in the beginning. But in Hebrew, in the beginning is Tachila. So there is a word for in the beginning. So I knew right from the first word that I had a
Yes.
big problem. The
Yeah.
whole
I
structure of the
haven't done
first
that, but I
sentence.
got a buddy who I can call and ask because he's done all of those the
Hmm.
originals and stuff. That is it's just endlessly valuable. Someone's taking the time to do that.
So it really bothered me that they would go to all that trouble. And Elohim, like we just talked about God being Gadriel. But here, let me see if I can't just show you my research. And this goes from way back, but I saved it, of course. Let's see if I can open this.
And the interesting part
Uh,
about what
there
he's
we
saying
go.
is it actually says in scripture that, those who change these words will have such a bad death, or there's some kind of something in
Yes, that's
scripture.
at the
It
very
says
Oh,
end.
that,
oh
That's it.
yeah,
yeah, it says that somewhere that you cannot change these words or you're the worst of the worst. But yet
Yes.
three
he
times.
goes
It
back
says
and
it three
finds the
times.
very says it 3 times in the book, but yet he
3
goes and
times.
says the very first word has been changed. Like, so
The
there's a little
first
bit of,
word.
it's a little bit of
Yeah.
hypocrisy in
Yes.
Yeah.
just even that.
And then the next one, God created. God,
Yeah.
Elohim. Their translation of that may be off.
Elohim
Well,
translates
God is a
as a
serpent.
plural,
That's
but they even
plural, right?
changed that. But they changed it in the future, so it didn't say. But the original, which I went to, um, the way it was spelt includes women and children.
Right,
So it's like mankind includes
right,
women and children, but man is
right,
just one man. So El is like a deity, but
right,
Elohim is deity kind.
right. It's crazy,
So
man.
so
It points to
my
intention
translation.
quickly.
So instead of in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, it says before Elohim fashioned the firmament and the land was without form and in ruin, and darkness was upon the face of the abyss. Ruach of the Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. Ruach is where I found.
Wait. You got that written down? Can you get that to Jesse? Jesse, can you send that to me?
See,
Yeah,
Ruach.
if you
Ruach
message
is
it.
a feminine noun, so they hid a female. Feminine noun, also known the goddess of wisdom, the queen of
Let
heaven,
me get a screen
Sophia.
out of that shit.
But this brought it with uh you want me to make it bigger? It doesn't make much
I
difference.
screenshot you if it's okay if it's not private to send it to Jesse so I can blow panels at my
Oh,
leisure and shit.
yeah, I can send you the link. um
Yes,
so
thank you.
they hit a woman, so I found a woman in the first part as well.
The first
Ruach.
paragraph,
Yeah.
they're paying homage to a
Right.
feminine,
Yep.
but yet the whole entire scripture took out all the women. They took out, they
Yep.
were nothing, they were
Yep.
subservient, they were like, so they took out the divine feminine when he found
Yes.
feminine in the very first paragraph.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the New King James Version calls her spirit, and the Talmud calls her wind. So they call her wind. So this is what I prayed for, though. I prayed for the truth. I wanted the
There you
truth. I
go.
want to find you, and this is what God, the Creator, compelled me to go to the
Jesus had a
original.
line which doesn't come to me where or he explained how my brothers are the ones with the same beliefs and who girl I suck at this who do the things I do. Those are my brothers. It seems like if I find a guy anywhere on the globe, if he believes it's wrong to harm people and he loves people and he puts people first and he's has manners and all of that stuff. Seems like I found somebody on the, we'll call it God, Muhammad, Confucius, whoever you call that spirit, that vibration. Look like I found him. I call it Jesus. I'm a massive fan of Jesus, man. Never a Christian and I've never been to church. So don't attach any baggage to that. I did what you did, read a bunch of shit. Jesus is real, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And
And Joe still calls it globe.
yeah, so it's in Deuteronomy 4:2. You shall not add to the word which I command you, nor take from it. Then Proverbs 36. Do not add to his words, lest he rebuke you and be found a liar.
That
And
be in
then the
Revelation, right?
Revelations
Yeah.
22:18. So 3 times.
For I
It's just
testify to
amazing
everyone
that I can
concerning the
remember that
words.
stuff. But I think it's just I wanted it so bad and so purely that I think the creator just knew that how much I wanted to know, and it compelled me to basically guided me in what direction to go in. Oh, Joe went black. Now he is black.
Now you're black, Joe. You
My
went
phone
black
chat.
there
I
for
was
a
thinking like
second.
the studio restraint. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think
He
my
just went
phone likes
black.
the studio restream. I think it's having problems with it.
Can you hear
Let me
us?
try the other phone. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah,
All right, let me try the other
you were
phone.
literally black for a few seconds there. I don't know why I said that, but
Which part?
that he literally went black.
Oh, that was amazing. That was the best. That was perfect timing.
But it's beautiful that it's really the content of one's character. The skin color means nothing,
Mm-hmm.
and even
100%.
that includes religion.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a good character, you will not marry a 6-year-old. You will understand that they're not prepared mentally, for that sort of commitment. They should be allowed to grow. The brain isn't done growing until you're 25 years old. That should be at least a minimum standard that should be set. If they want to get married younger, fine, but still, I would definitely recommend waiting till the brain is fully developed before you making any big major decisions, even gender reassignment. That
Oh, yeah.
that should be something that should be limited to someone who is at least 25 years old. Then
Well,
you have to also know that you may never have an orgasm again. Are you willing to take that risk?
the
Is it
children need
worth
to be
it?
protected. Children need to be protected and,
Yeah.
in all the different areas. But I don't know about 25, and I get that the brain doesn't develop. But if you can say someone at 18 can drink, or they can vote, or they can go to war and die, I'm sure you can't really tell them they can't chop off their wiener or whatever that they want to do. I think once you're an adult that can make your own decisions, then basically you can decide what you want to do. But with parents that are, allowing or even forcing their kids or brainwashing their kids to take these pills, to take, these surgeries that are changing them, like that to me is, a child abuse of the utmost. And as well as, adults trying to, have sex with minors, like that stuff is bizarre, and children need to be protected. I think I just heard on Fox News they talked about, oh, our fertility is down. Girls between 15 to 19 or 15 to 21 aren't being as fertile or aren't having as many babies or something. And like they actually just
Hmm.
said that normalized like 15-year-olds having babies, right? And so when you hear that on TV, like that's the stuff that needs to be corrected, and we need to protect the kids as much as we can.
Yeah, I saw that on the news too. And I can't believe they said that. Not enough, a lot less kids are getting pregnant. Oh my God.
15-year-olds. Did you hear that,
15.
Joe? On Fox?
Uh-uh.
They
Oh,
just
heaven.
said recently on Fox News, yeah, the population trend is down. 15 to 19-year-old women aren't having as much children nowadays. And
I
it was like,
know that can't be what they said, right?
no, they said that on Fox News.
Well,
They
I
said
know
they
they lost their mind. I shouldn't be surprised, but that's a little surprising.
but again, that we were just saying that children need to be protected, whether it's from parents that want to give the children these drugs to change their sexes or chop off their wieners or whatever the
Yeah,
heck that they're doing. Like, there needs to be some type of protection for children, and as well as have Paul was talking about, children getting married at 6 and things like that. Like there's got to be
trying to
some
be
type of things that protect our children, and we were
trying to
saying
be
one.
the cool parent who allows every fucking thing. My 6-year-old thinks he's a girl and he likes to wear dresses. Hey, I'm hip. I'm cool. I'm gonna get him the hormone shots and no, he nice.
It's a very dark agenda, and they're going after kids. So they're it's like they're taunting us. Are you guys? What
Agreed.
are you going to do about it? You know,
Yes.
That's what it seems like. They're really calling out for
All right,
a revolution
The
the
to
tongue
demons
put
are
thing,
an
no
man,
end to
that
longer
it.
was dope. That was dope.
yeah,
It's
the demons are no longer hiding, you know,
They're
and they're
not.
coming in plain sight, and they're like, what are you guys gonna do? You guys can't do fuck all about it, is kind of
yes,
the
Mhm.
attitude that they have. And like, you know, even have, you know, Drumpf, he just mocked Jesus like he was Jesus. Did you see the picture? That's the latest one that just
Yes.
came
mm-hmm.
out. It came out today of him thinking that he's Jesus, and you have these bizarre evangelical Christians, you know,
Yeah.
likening him to Jesus, and
I saw
he's
that.
murdering women and
He
children.
says he
Like,
wants to get rid of a whole civilization. What would Jesus think
yeah,
about that?
yeah,
Yeah.
this is antichrist behavior, not
And then
anything
the Pope
like
told him
antichrist.
it's antichrist behavior, and he went in on the Pope today.
And now he
Yep.
just went after the Pope. Yeah.
Fucking prick.
But is it maybe it's good though. Maybe this is rattling the cages of what we need. Maybe as much as, you know, he's a fucking douchebag and doing these horrific things, like Paul was saying earlier, the devil has its purpose. And maybe
Great.
his purpose is to, you know, get enough going on in people where they stop being such pussies, and, you know, men get their
Yes.
balls back, and
Yes.
actually do something about it, because
Uh,
now it's all in plain sight. And maybe, as
Mhm.
crazy as it sounds, maybe he is doing good things
there's a
by
level.
doing these horrifically bad things.
There's a
Helping to
level I
wake us
think.
up.
But there's a level I think we got to add to this. I'm going to add to this because I'm in agreement with you. That's exactly what it is. But there's one more level that I got to keep in mind when I'm dealing with this guy is that the this if you believe in the devil, some of their beliefs, they believe that as long as a person agrees to a thing, they can incur no sin. There is no sin if there's agreement upon anything. So
Right.
part of the reason they put it in your face is, you know, they'll put it on there as this contains poison or whatever. You are agreeing to that if they are freed from that shit. So as long as we're keeping in mind that the devil is trying to trick us and fool us and has all these games. And Jesse, you know, I believe with you that I go out there all the day and try to uh, do the same thing because that's just what's going to happen. If I make a video about a cop smacking somebody, it's going to stir shit. It's not peacefully going to do the thing. It's going to stir people and get them riled up. So I'm a fan of that. But I try to keep in back of my head. I don't want him tricking me, and I don't want to make any of these agreements unless I want to do this thing that day.
Mhm.
Uh, so I got to play in that realm. But I don't. I want to make sure he doesn't get control. Meaning, I have to recognize that if I'm participating, I'm not saying that well, but I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Completely. And it's one of the things that, you know, you don't want to become them to
That
replace
type of
them,
shit.
you
Very
know,
good. You're
as
saying
long
better
as
than
you're
me.
not, you know, as long as you're not you know, doing the things and stirring shit and creating chaos to
Yes.
record the chaos,
Right.
then you are the chaos, you are the
Right.
dark. But if you're
Right.
just going to be an observer to the chaos and be able to share that to wake other people up, then you're not
Yes.
an active participant
Yeah.
in the
Very good.
chaos. You're just observing it. You're a
Yes.
watcher of it and reporting that to other people. So that's different.
Yes.
And what you were saying about, it's the satanic doctrine, where they feel that if they tell people what they're going to do to them before they do it to them, it absolves them of universal or karmic liability.
There you
Mm.
go. That's better than saying karmic liability would be a better put. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think most people feel powerless. They have a learned helplessness.
Oh, they did a study. I just saw how easy it is to do. Oh, here it is. This teacher, she took a 3 words, gave them to half the class one list of 3 words, and a other half another list of 3 words. They were scrambled. They had the kids had to unscramble them. To half the class, the first two were unscrambleable. They were unreal words. The last one was a real word. The real word was America. That was the last word. The people who they gave the two false words to first, they learned that they couldn't solve the problem. And the people that on the other side, who they gave words that were solvable, all of them got the third one correct. They would not learned or taught about the that a thing is unsolvable. Paul was right. They want us to believe that all these things are larger than us, and we learned that behavior. There's nothing I can do.
Yep.
Now, Barrett was saying earlier that a lot of what we're seeing, some of these horrific things that are happening in the world, are potentially not even actually happening. And they're just wanting to elicit emotions or responses about some of these children being blown up or things, AI generated videos, that a lot more of like they're creating a lot more turmoil than actually is really happening, just to create that division or that loosh that they want to get from people that, dark
Yes,
energy. And just what are your thoughts on that, Joe?
I think they do it for that reason. For the loose, I do believe that, and I also believe that they do it to get us used to it so that the next thing they do will accept. It's kind of like a testing ground. How much will these guys accept? And
Conditioning.
they push the limits. They like, whoa, they accepted a shutdown for 6 years. We can try the next crazy thing. I think is a loose, and I think is a testing ground.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the digital IDs and, creating cashless societies? Is it going to happen?
Paul, the only reason I be hesitating, Paul, is because I just talk too freaking much. If I'm pausing, it's not because I don't have anything to say, as I'm giving you and Jesse opportunities to speak. So, consider that, what's your opinion? An opening when I'm pausing like that.
Well, I think they're trying to fulfill the book they edited. I think that even Revelation is a plan, a plot. I don't trust the church anymore because of
Very
what I've
good.
uncovered. Um, but I still love my Bible. I just want the truth.
Me too.
I want to know the truth. I want it to be what it's meant to be. It's supposed to be a document, a historical archive of information, not dictatorial. Uh, you know what I mean? There's a lot of good in.
Script or
There's a lot
narrative.
of good things in there that I adhere to. The Ten Commandments. I
Yeah.
don't have a problem with that. Don't steal. Don't kill. I don't have a problem with that. But the church violates it all the time.
Yes.
Have no
I say if an
images,
alien came down
no
here,
graven images of
or
anything in heaven. They do that with Jesus
what,
and Mary. These
uh,
people are dead, right? They're not here anymore. They're in heaven, and it says not to have any images from any. Yeah.
even
Yep.
God apparently is some white dude with a beard who reaches out and touches
Exactly.
somebody.
Exactly. So they're violating their own book by doing that. So
And
that's what.
there's a million reasons why you wouldn't want to create an
Hmm.
image. One, because the image, a million reasons. Down here, because we're monkeys and we're not
Hmm.
smart. If you do that and make God an Indian, then suddenly the apes will believe, ha, we're closer to God than the other
Yep.
people. So that's that. Also, in our image, when they're talking about his image, I'm sure they're talking about all sorts of ways we're unaware of, too. And we shouldn't be dictating or trying to narrate what his image is,
Exactly.
right? This is you create this is what we want God to be. God wants you to be this. We're creating our own images of what we think God is.
And beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and everybody's got a different eye for beauty. So what
Yes.
you see as God doesn't mean, or creator doesn't mean, that anybody else sees that. So if you're going to create an, oh no, this is it, it just gives another reason for people to be fight and divide themselves,
Yes.
just on the mirror of what the creator is supposed to look like. So, and everybody's going to have a different view on that. But what do you guys think is, and I will get back to your digital stuff, Joe, but why do people are so adamant that this scripture is God's word?
Yeah.
Well, if you're talking about the Bible, that one
Yeah.
would be easy because it's real and the truth hits you. the same way it does when I read the Hindu scriptures or whoever, where the truth hits you, or even a book or a person, a prophet, Khalil Gibram, and the Bible is full of truth.
Yep.
That you know that you're supposed to treat other people's kindly and stuff. It's full of stuff
Yep.
like that. Is and it hits you, and that's why it's so revered, I assume. Now, wait, if I can add, also because it's such a great tool for abuse. If you're the leadership of the knowledge, you can just have control over millions. If you're a bad
Hmm.
guy, it'll be used that way.
Yep. It's true.
But why God's word though? Like why is this is the infallible word of God and God wouldn't lie to us? And like how Paul just proved that the word has been changed. It says you shouldn't change it, but throughout it there is so many changes like Lord that they put through the book. And Lord is not even apparently it's
It means
what is
bow.
Lord? It
It's
means
bow
bow.
of
So
all
every
things.
time so out of all things, Lord is actually translated to bow. And how many
Bow.
times do we
Yeah.
hear Lord throughout the Bible? So what is God's word? Is the good things that messages? Those are the words of God that I take out of a book that's been manipulated, corrupted, used to program and indoctrinate it and get people to murder other beautiful
Right.
godly beings. Is that God's word? Like this is what I'm
And was created thousands of years old for people who behaved differently than we did.
apocalyptic languages is when it was
Hmm.
created, and apocalyptic languages at the time when people, like you said, were totally different civilizations, than we are in today.
All right.
Yep. And God.
The average,
And they replaced Elohim with the word God. And that's Gadriel is GAD, and it sounds like God. So they replaced Elohim with God, so they get people to pray to the devil.
I was reading one of the newer, not the King James
Hmm.
version, a different version of the Bible, and it said, and the Christians did something. I was like, wait a minute, this frickin' couldn't have said the Christians. And I looked at the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it said, and the good people. They decided to slip
Yeah.
Christians in there and
Yep.
put it out as the Bible. Wow.
Yep.
But you're not supposed to
Okay.
change the word. Otherwise, you'll have all these, you're worse than a liar and all these kind of things. But
Yeah.
yet, this has been manipulated. And that's why I have such a hard time when, no, this is God's infallible word. God's not a liar. And, people are so adamant about everything in this one book is the word of God and you shouldn't question any of it.
Yeah.
But if you are any part of reality that that it's been manipulated and changed so many times for different people for different stages that you just have to trust, like you said, when you believe something and it's the truth. That is
All
God's
right.
word. That
Hmm.
is the word of God coming into you from that scripture. Is all of it God's word? I don't think so, but I know other people that would disagree with me on that.
But they seduce people by saying, "In God we trust." So this is a godly entity, like the government or money.
Right. Yes, we're like you. We trust in God and we believe in
Yep.
truths and stuff just like you do.
But it's
But
translated to in Baal we trust.
yeah, it's Gadriel. But it sounds like God.
Rewind. Wait,
In God we trust.
what do you mean?
But G A
Gadriel.
D,
What?
Gadriel is the serpent in the Garden of Eden, and he was beautiful, and then he was condemned to be a
And you're
snake.
saying
He was condemned
they are aware of the GHD spelling and
only
or however you just spelled it,
When you say
G A
God,
and
D,
they change it
yeah, when you say
intentionally.
only the
God,
top.
you're talking about Baal, you're
Right.
talking about the serpent. That's why
Yep.
he was saying he doesn't like to use the word God, he uses creator. Because when you're using the word God, in God we trust, in Baal we trust, in the serpent we trust. They've
Yeah.
manipulated people into, praying
Praying
to
to
the
the
serpent,
devil.
praying to the devil, praying, and they think
Yes.
This is why I want to know
they're
how did you get
But
God is a like derivative of what you
but you
guys
gotta
say?
understand.
God?
Gadriel.
Yeah, and
God
Gabriel
drill,
is limitless.
Okay.
Like he's been living for who knows how long, so he's really smart. And if he's the god of this
Uh,
world, he has the intelligence to do this. So he's the
yeah,
source of it. He's the source of
yeah.
he's the Benjamin Netanyahu guy. That's who he
Yeah.
prays to. That's their God. They're
So
chosen ones
I
for that
wonder.
God.
I guess I was gonna say I wonder how effective it is, but they wouldn't use it if it wasn't effective. So I guess it is effective.
Yeah.
Right on every
They're
money, every single dollar
yep.
bill. You got
They
that
made him the
printed
God
right
of
on.
and Jesus said he's the God of this world, and he is. He really, really is. But he's also not stupid. He's also and timeless. He's old. Very, very old.
And he's been practicing tricking humans
Oh,
since the first one
yeah.
laid foot on the planet. He's had
He's
practice, and
good
we're
at it.
new in comparison to him. Yeah,
So it doesn't
he
surprise
knows
me.
exactly where we lean.
But thank God for my faith that I was able to discover this and find it, and the creator is like really uses my faith to answer questions for me that I would have never gotten anywhere else. I certainly wouldn't have got it in the
Right,
church. The church would have never
right.
told me this stuff. That
The church is probably. I haven't been to church, but it looks like it doesn't. It's not conducive to critical
but
thinking.
yeah, and I don't think the priests or I don't think they're aware. I don't think they realize. They don't know. I don't think they're complicit in the crime. I think they're doing
I
something good.
understand.
Yeah.
They've really bought it and believe the smoke.
Hmm. Yeah, I think they're doing God's work, and they are. This Isn't that crazy?
It is because God's been around a long time as well,
Exactly.
and He has a plan. He's
Yeah.
smart in
Yeah.
all of these things. I think that's repeated in the Bible when Jesus talks about uh, the way things must occur, and and when they're saying, "Oh, well, I got you here." What is your interpretation, or can you look up this part in the Bible, or what is your
Hmm.
interpretation of uh, be kind to your masters? They were put there on purpose. They know
Yep.
better than you. What is that about?
Yeah. That your slave, a slave should look at their master as a god, literally as God, and a
I think
wife
this was
look
the
at their
government.
husband as God.
I
It
think
is.
this was
It's
about the government when they said,
it. Yep.
obey the government or something. Do as the government
Yep.
says. Let me see if I can find it first.
They changed that word though. It wasn't. Yeah, they changed that. It was edited. They keep editing. Every time they come up with a new version, they edit it. Even online, the internet is being edited. Stuff I found in my research is gone now. They changed it.
Right, right, right.
So they're
That
on
makes
to me.
sense.
That's why I wrote it down.
Submit to government authorities. That's it.
Yeah. Yep.
As they are established by God to maintain order and punish the
Yeah.
wrongdoer.
Yeah. That's all a lie. I don't have the
Any,
reference to it, but I remember finding out that yeah, that was a lie. They changed the words to make it
yeah.
that. So yeah, certainly they love their power. Anyone evil would love that kind of hold and on others. But God, I think the Creator is using people um, with the right faith, to discover. There's all kinds of hints in the Bible. It says the pen of the scribe is a lie, so it's telling you we're lying to you, right in the Bible. So
And
that's
also
I
back then, what scribe would have meant, it would have been everybody they looked up to. It would have been the church, it would have been the government, it would have been every fucking body they looked up to.
just like the
Most people were
rabbis.
illiterate. Most people were illiterate at the
Yeah,
time.
Yep.
So they
Yep.
they had to go on people that were literate, and most of the people were the church or the
or the
government or whatever it
government.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was hints. There's hints. Like that's a pretty big hint, though. The pen of the scribe is a lie. I mean, that's huge. It's basically saying, guess what?
Yes.
Everything you read here is bullshit.
All to trick you. And if you believe that, and you bringing it to modern times, they're telling you don't trust the news. That'd be the way I do shit. I just bring it to modern day translation.
Hmm.
They be telling you don't trust the news, don't trust some dude who wrote a law, some dead white dude from the 1800s. Don't trust it. Uh, if you use your discernment, you come into like the Constitution itself. Oh, this is a great example. Declaration of Independence, we're all free. And then in the damn thing they say, when all men are created equal,
Hmm.
except for these guys. It's built right into the contradiction. It's the same shit. They're telling you,
They
don't
did.
trust it.
They deliberately, to me, the Jesuits wrote the Quran to conflict with the Bible, because they all three, the Talmud, the Quran, and the Bible all talk about Jesus, but the Bible says he was crucified. The Quran said, he was like Enoch. He never knew death. He went to heaven, and that the Jews are liars. That they said they killed him, but they didn't. And then the Jews say that he's, an excrement and he practiced witchcraft and we stoned him to death.
It's burning the excrement for
But they
eternity.
said they said he used witchcraft, but then they said they brought him back to life through necromancy. So they're
Yeah.
accusing him of using witchcraft and
Yeah.
then using witchcraft to bring him back to
There's
life
the
from the death.
contradiction again.
Yeah, what the hell? I'm not an
Well,
idiot here. You said it right, black and white on your paper.
Well, this is the biggest tells or hints for all of us today, is those that accuse those of other things that are
Yeah,
mostly doing it themselves.
yeah,
And so
production.
when they're pointing the finger here, they're doing, oh, they're blowing up buildings and they're blowing up children as they're
Hmm.
blowing up buildings and children. And and they're blaming what they do on the others. And this is the biggest tell what I'm seeing in
Yeah,
modern day stuff that's going on.
I
Jesse,
love
this
my.
is
Sorry.
relevant. It sounds like I'm going off, but when you just texted me, I was watching Witsit debate. What is his name? Dr. Blitz, I think. He's a physicist. Debate Witsit from 3 years ago. And Witsit was doing the tactics that you guys are talking about now. He was accusing dude of all sorts of stuff. Projection, that's a so and so. You guys, as dude was trying to have the conversation. I don't know. You just made me think of that. I'm getting literally smoking weed right now, so I can't hold a thought to save my life. But yeah,
All
it's the
good. There
same
was
thing.
there was there was just a big debate by there's a podcast called the PBD podcast, Patrick Bet David, and it's a
Yeah,
really, really
yeah.
large podcast. They have some really good content, some really good information, but yet they're also got their heads right up the New World
Of
Order's
course,
ass, I guess to say,
of course.
right? So they otherwise they wouldn't be able to be as
To
big or as
be on that
popular
level,
as
right?
and on that level. So there was a debate between one of the guys on that show, Adam Sosnicki, which is a Jewish guy who is
I can
completely
picture him in my head.
he loves Satan Yahoo. He loves Israel. He's all defends it no matter what. Can't do no wrong, can't see no wrong type of individual that's on the show. Now
Yeah.
there's this comedian called Dave Smith, and he is also a Jewish guy, but he is one of the coolest guys that I see out there on broadcasting. He goes and debates. He thinks, that Israel is terrorizing the Gazans, and he's one of those real Jewish people. Like, when people say, oh, all Jews are bad. No, it's you're good or bad based on if you're good or bad, not because you're aligned to any type of specific religion. And so
If he were gonna do that, he should probably stick to the rulers. You can't say the U.S., you can't say Israel, you can't say Iran, because people are people everywhere. If he's gonna try and confine it to something, I'd rather he say the people in charge are coming up
Hmm.
with these ideas, not Israel as a whole.
Well, Israel is doing a lot of really bad things, and he's really defending the Gazans and defending, and he's talking about how most of the people in Israel, a big majority, are on the same religious beliefs as him, or not, because a lot of them are atheists pretending to be Jews. They're
Hmm.
not even they're not even actual real Jews, and
No,
Right.
so,
no.
but and he goes and debates everybody. He reads a lot of books, and he's a very well debater. So he debated this other Jewish guy, and like the Adam Sosnicki from this big podcast, he had nothing to debate him on any of the issues. All he had wanted to bring up character attacks. You
Yeah.
said Americans are terrorists. You said
Yeah.
this. You got annihilated in this other debate. And he was bringing up
Right.
debates of past instead of actually debating issues. He didn't debate one issue against him, so he made himself look like a fool because he was resorting to, you know, personal character
Yeah.
attacks instead of actually trying to just debate the issues. And that's where you can tell where people are losing debates, is when, whether they're right or wrong, as soon as you start attacking the character instead of just trying to debate the issue, you've already lost. It doesn't matter if you are right or wrong. You've already lost, at least in the public opinion's eyes, because now you're not debating the issue. You're just looking at trying to discredit the person instead of what he's actually saying.
Agreed. This is interesting. The Republican cat, Cuban Republican cat I was talking about, is also a Christian. He's an interesting cat, you know. And he always sells me when the war first started. You know, I'm talking about the Palestinian, and they were, you know, doing all of that. And I was like, you got to look, Gaza's a parking lot now. Have you seen the footage? Because he stayed with it. Oh, it's just surgical strikes. They're just going after the bad guy. And then at some point, I was like, look, the entire Gaza's a parking lot. It showed him the overhead footage and all of that. And he started to break a little bit. He said yeah, well, they needed to go. That's what it is. The Jews are the chosen people, and we got to support them. And then I showed him, asked him, what do you think they think of you? He's like, what do you mean? We're aligned, blah, blah. And I showed him that Talmudic and the stuff out of their mouths, what they thought about Christian and Jesus. He never made another reference to Israel since, bro. He's mad.
But literally, they are God's chosen people.
All chosen people. So they are God's chosen
that
people.
guy.
That's where we get back into the God, how they've manipulated. They, of course,
Yeah.
they are. We have Satan Yahoo said right in front on a public speech, he said, "My people come from the depths of hell." This is what he said. My people come from the depths of hell. This isn't something that was fabricated. He actually spoke those words, true, honest words. That's where his people come from.
That's why I think we're at the end of a cycle, because that's a part of the cleansing, you know. It's all coming out. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna burn, but we're gonna heal and flush it out. And
he says it's gonna hurt, it's gonna burn. Perhaps that's the whole purpose of this world. That's why it's burned. That's why they call it hell. That's the purpose, to burn it out.
Yep. And the third temple comes from heaven as fire. You can't build it. It's fire. It's like
I got distracted you.
There's some interesting parallels though. Like what they did was they hid the truth with lies in the Quran and the Bible. So like the Quran tells us things that the Bible doesn't. The Quran says the devil is a jinn that can change his form, and it's confirmed in the Bible. You know, the devil can appear like an angel of light.
Right.
So it confirms it by them saying that he's a jinn that can change his form, made from smokeless fire. So fire, God of the world, 10 commandments, bush,
burning
fire,
no fire, no smoke.
He was loved by God, right? He's put up on a pedestal in the Bible.
Yes.
And then he was arrogant. So as a God of this world, perhaps he also has standards. The 10 commandments was his rules, perhaps, not the creator, but the God of this world laid down the law to mankind and how to live while he was commander in chief. That's a hard pill to swallow.
I want to make sure I'm with you here. I think you're
just let me say
one
thing. So what you're saying is it burning because we're all going through a spiritual enema right now?
I'm just saying that the devil's made of smokeless fire, and in the Bible, the 10 Commandments was made by a burning bush that didn't burn the leaves. So he had control of fire. And the Gita, basically one of the elements of God, is fire. Another one is water, which is how God is within us, because we're mostly water. So that's how God
So you're
is
saying the
literally in
God
us.
who gave us the 10 commandments, and I think that would mean also who's spirit or whatever the word is, the Bible, uh, was the bad guy.
That's the thing. I don't know if I wouldn't say he's a bad guy. He wants us to worship him, but the creator doesn't want us to worship him. And I'm just going by what I get from all the different books together.
And okay, I'm trying to get there with you.
Because the Bible doesn't say that the devil's made of fire. They say he's an angel. But
Right.
the Quran says he was made from smokeless fire and he's a shapeshifter. And he's shown as Aladdin, the genie.
Yeah.
That is a representation of what the Quran says the devil is. And it also would say how he would be able to be fire in a bush and not burn it, because he's not physical. You can't touch the devil. Your hand could go right through him. He could go right through walls, but he doesn't have physical form because he has to lower his frequency.
Okay, how do
He's
we account for the obviously clear good stuff and good words that are in there? Isn't it the same author or no?
Well, but you couldn't believe that it was good unless there was good in it. So,
and
Right.
you'd
oh,
have you'd
That's
have to
where I'm
have
going.
you would have to have that. It wouldn't be because if it was
mhm,
all about that book of demons and a book of,
yeah,
torment and a book of hate, and like you wouldn't associate it to the God, right? So you'd
but
have to have the good stuff in it.
only the creator can appoint him as God of this world. You know what I mean? He
Right.
was appointed. So he has some standards. I'm not saying he's evil,
Right.
but I do say mankind. There's evil here. There's
I
bad,
understand.
like Satan, Netanyahu. There are bad people who
Yes.
do worship him, and he likes it. But the Creator, he knows better. He loves God. The devil loves God because he knows God. If people knew the Creator, they would automatically just adore, love, worship. If they had a real relationship, as seeing and hearing and knowing, as the devil would. So I look right outside the box, and that's just the way I was wired. And it makes sense to me that he would have standards, because he loves God. He thinks he loves himself too, but he understands the Creator and would love the Creator. And that's how we have God in replacing Elohim. So he put himself there. That's why he would make the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not murder. So he's if he was loved by God, he would have things about him that was love worthy.
Agreed.
But we're not supposed to worship him or Baal or Moloch or any of the other gods, because all of them are just sons of God in my eyes.
Right. No, no, I think I'm still with you.
But
We're only supposed to
also
worship the Creator. That's it.
And also, when you hear of things in the Bible talking about, oh, well, God, wanted me to sacrifice my son. Well,
Right.
creation wouldn't ever want to do that.
No.
Wouldn't even tell you, wouldn't even tempt you. Well, is creator sneaky? Is creator want to test you that way? I don't think so. I think God is like, our creator is real love. And
Yep.
they've convinced people that this God, which would be, not the creator, but this ball figure that people worship as a God, would tempt you, would
He
create you,
would
that
do
you were
that.
born, that you
Yep.
And
were born a sinner.
before I,
It,
I would like
exactly.
before I accept that, Jesse, which is usually what I believe. I like to entertain that. Uh, perhaps the people were such religious zealots that it's just hitting us different. They did all sorts of crazy shit, and him saying sacrifice your son was not the leap that we think it is. Perhaps it was appropriate language and appropriate to teach the lesson back then. Maybe we're judging it through our eyes. If you consider that, don't make it such obvious evidence of him being a bad guy.
Well, let's
Yeah.
take it a step further then. What about when he said smash the babies, rocks heads onto the heads, smash their heads into the rocks and things, right? Because
Show
they
me
will
that.
maybe one day.
Let's do that now. Yes, I want to figure that out. We got Paul here. Damn it, you put your skills to use, Pauls. Why would they say this shit?
Yeah, well, we're talking
This
about
is
the
talking about
sons of God.
Moses, right? When he told Moses, when he came off that mountain to go kill everybody. I assume that's what this is.
But the sons of God was plural. It wasn't son of God. And
Okay, so this is
Gadriel was special. He was high ranking, and I think his lineage created evil men. I think
Who pied something? I don't know who you said. Pie
I think
something.
he got Eve pregnant. I mean, I don't know this. This is just what I feel and what I've heard, and that he got Eve pregnant, and uh, the son was Cain, and Cain killed Abel.
Right.
So the descendants of Cain are, uh, the bad seed, and he was punished by being turned into a snake for the rest of eternity. And right now, this very second, he is a snake still. I would say like an anaconda, not just a little gardener snake. I would think big snake, big powerful snake, but he is condemned to be on the ground, like it or not.
Wait. Well, you said the devil got Eve pregnant as opposed to Adam.
Cain.
Is that what this conversation started?
Yeah, Adam got her pregnant with Seth and Abel.
Cain
But
and Abel.
Cain killed Abel, and if it wasn't for Seth, there would be no balance. So we have a balance. We have.
So the devil got her pregnant with Seth, or that's Adam's kid too.
And he was punished and turned into a snake, and forced to live on Earth. He's still alive, so he's very. I don't know.
You
how
are
old
saying, okay, I'm just trying to get some clarification. You're saying that
Mhm.
this guy Seth had sex, not Seth. Some guy, the devil, had sex with Eve, and her kid was turned into the guy was turned into a snake, and her kid Seth is an inheritor of things.
Well, Seth is one of Adam's sons, and Abel was Adam's son, but Cain is the devil's son.
Cain is the guy who inherited shit, and
the one that killed his brother Abel. But Seth
wait,
was
if
born
Cain is
after.
the devil's son, he can't be Adam's son too.
No, he's not.
It's just the devil and Eve. So the devil saying the snake or the serpent got, Eve pregnated. Adam pregnated, had 2 children, but one more child, which was Cain, came from the actual devil. Just like how God, I guess, impregnated Mary. The devil was able to impregnate, Eve.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
that helps.
And his punishment was to be a snake.
And that's where some people think that the line comes, these people that are, with the ball and God and, these demons come from that Cain lineage.
That's their father. That's their,
So now,
even they believe it's their father, or other people believe it's their father?
Well, some people believe that believe that they know that that's where they come from, but they're, manipulated people into, thinking that they're good. That's why they say in scriptures, in the end times, those who will, convince people that light is dark and dark is light. And I think that that's kind of where we're at right now. But
That's where
and
we
this
are
is
now.
this is a perfect example, I guess, to say, because now we know that there is lineage coming from Cain, which is coming from a serpent or devil or demon, and there's people doing horrifically demon things. Now, is this acceptable for those people? And this is where I was mentioning before. It's Psalm 137:9 contains the phrase, "Happy is the ones who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks." This verse is a cry for revenge written by Jewish exiles in Babylon, wishing upon their captors the same brutal destruction the Babylonians inflicted on Jerusalem. So it says, imprecatory psalm, a prayer for judgment against enemies. It is the raw expression of grief and rage, calling for the Babylonians to be repaid for their atrocities, including the killing of children. Contextualization. The verse is often discussed in ideological debates about war, revenge, and the context of Babylonian exile. So, do you think that if someone is coming from this Cain lineage, this serpent lineage, do you have the right to kill them and their children?
Whose words are those?
What was that again?
That
Psalms what?
was
Psalms 137:9.
who spoke those words? I'm curious, is it somebody from the era on the battlefield? Was it God giving orders? Go kill them, you'll be happy. I want to know what context it is.
Yeah.
Or is it somebody just explaining, oh, those guys who dash your kids on the rocks, they're happy. They enjoyed that shit. Was it in that context? He's not saying I'm happy about it. He's saying they're happy. It could be read a bunch of ways. I'm curious. You might need a little before and a little after. And is this on YouTube?
Rob, Paul, is this on
Paul,
YouTube?
is this on YouTube? Because I can't
What?
zoom in on my phone if I use
It says
got to it.
happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks.
I need a little bit before, I think.
Yeah. Yep, I hear you. I'll just do 137. Let's see here. I don't even think full screen will help, but I can try it. It might help a little bit on little phones.
I won't be able to read it. If I could access my other phone, if it's on YouTube, I could just go there and blow it up on the other phone. I don't do it on this phone because it acts funny and it might drop me.
By the rivers of Babylon we sat and wept when we remembered Zion. There on the poplars we hung our harps. For there our captors asked us for songs. Our tormentors demanded songs of joy. They said, "Sing us one of the songs of Zion." How can we sing songs of the Lord while in a foreign land? If I forget you, Jerusalem, may my right hand forget its skill. May my tongue cling to the roof of my mouth. If I do not remember you, if I do not consider Jerusalem my highest joy. Remember, Lord. Lord is Baal, by the way. What the Edomites did on the day Jerusalem fell. Tear it down, they cried. Tear it down to its foundations. Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction. Happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. So, Babylon, there you go.
Sounds like it's the chick.
Okay.
I'm picturing some shit in my head here. It's a woman in my head. She's across the river and she's hanging up her harp and she's mad and she's saying
They're
these
forced to
cats.
sing by captors, yeah.
These cats are forcing me to use my skills
Yep.
for them, or if I ever forget you, what'd she say? Jerusalem, is that what she said?
Yep.
If I ever forget you, Jerusalem, something, how it's fair if we it would be happy to get our
Mhm.
equal justice and dash their kids. That's what she's
But see, the
saying.
devil is so smart that even the Bible was written in such a way that when you find the truth, everyone will think you're crazy or a heretic.
Wait, I haven't given you the truth yet. To me, it's still just a lady on the side. The Bible is just saying that some lady yelled out and said, "I wish they was dead." I can
I
get
asked.
that. It doesn't mean that
Okay, that's okay. I
God
got it.
agrees with it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
so
Okay.
I asked a better question. So several passages in the Old Testament of the Bible contain accounts where God instructs, sanctions, or carries out the killing of children and infants, generally within the context of divine judgment upon specific populations. 1 Samuel, God commands the destruction of the Amalekites, spare no one, including children and infants. Numbers 31:17, Moses orders the killing of
It's Moses.
Midianite
Let's do the
male
first one.
children
What God
and
did.
women who were not. I'll go through this and then you can pick.
Okay.
And then it says, and women who were not virgins. Joshua 6:21, the total destruction of Jericho, including young and old, under divine command. Hosea 13:16, Psalms 137:9 passages mentioning brutal treatment of children in the context of judgment on Samaria and Babylon, and Deuteronomy 20:16-18 commands to leave nothing alive in the city of the nations in Canaan.
It
So these
looked
are
like
just
the first and the
the first one.
last are the most likely to be
Yeah,
attributed to God as opposed to some guy
right,
on the
right,
battlefield. Can we
right.
go into the first one and do like we just did? Look it up and read the whole thing.
Yeah, and King
Okay,
David wrote about 73 out of 150 of the Psalms. So he didn't write them all. And like 12 of them was Asaph, David's worship leader, and Korah, she wrote 11 of them. Orphans wrote 50 of them. Minor contributors, Solomon wrote 2, Moses wrote 1. So it's really a mix of different writers in Psalms.
Right. I'm trying to get to
okay.
whoever is
I'll read.
trying to put it
Yeah.
I'll
in
read the first one.
God's mouth.
Okay, so in the
God instructed
one
Noah
it
to
says,
kill. I want direct words. I'm looking for the closest thing I can get to direct.
"The
Mhm.
Lord rejects Saul as king. Samuel says, Saul, I am one of the anoint you king over his people Israel. So listen now to the message from the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to
That's
death men
direct.
and women and children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. So this is directly from the
Who
Lord
gave the
or
order?
from
Lord
Paul.
God. What they say? What phrasing
They
did they
said, Lord,
use? Lord
message
said,
from
God
the
said,
Lord,
Lord
Lord,
said.
Lord. This
All
is
Lord
right.
is
what the
bow.
Lord
All right.
Lord
Almighty
is
Thank
bow.
says.
you. All right. That's just
And that's
So
bow.
some so Saul sanctioned the men and mustered them 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 from Judah. Saul went to the city of Amalek and set an ambush in the ravine. Then said to the Canaanites, leave the Amalekites so that I do not destroy you along with them, for you showed kindness to all the Israelites when they came up from Egypt. So the Canaanites moved away from the Amalekites. So right now you're hearing the Amalekites a lot because Satan Yahoo said, they are the Amalekites because he's convinced the people that it's okay to murder the women and children in
yeah.
Palestine because they're the
Yep.
Amalekites, because in the Bible the Lord instructed that it's okay to kill the women and the children. And
Very
that's
good.
what's happening
And
modern
yep,
day, because it comes right
yep.
from their ball. Their demon god is telling them to
All
kill the
Lord,
right.
children, because no creator would ever say kill my children.
yep.
All right.
And
A couple.
Lord is bow.
Okay. A
It's a
couple
translation.
things before I
It's
give it up.
crazy,
I got
man.
to examine every angle here. Okay.
There
The,
yeah.
the, what could it be just? That's the first thing. I got to put myself in that time and ask the question, could it be just? That's the first thing I have to consider before I can move on and try to excuse it. Could it have been just? Because the second thing I want to talk about is it seems to absolutely contradict with Jesus. I mean, that's almost beyond a doubt. And I know the shit come out of Jesus' mouth is correct. So the first shit I got to determine, is it unjust? I don't want to just assume it is. Is it possible that in that time the Lord would have instructed or for a good purpose to kill everybody, even to the kids?
This is
It
where
does.
I was asking you guys this earlier. If we knew that it was coming from Cain, if this was an evil bloodline, this is what they're justifying today, that into the Palestinians, and that it's okay to kill their children, because if we don't, one day they're going to rise up and come back and kill us.
I
And
agree.
that's how they've convinced themselves that it's okay to kill these kids, because they will one day come back and try to seek revenge. So we have to kill them. Is this how insane this mentality has become?
I agree. And would God use that mentality? It wouldn't be
Fuck
necessary
no.
under
Fuck no.
any
It's
belief
God.
I have.
Everybody, every single person has
Yeah.
the ability to choose to
Yes.
heal or to harm. You
Not
are
only every
given this
single
gift.
person, I believe every single person like you do, but certainly the children, their likelihoods of malleability, of changing, are huge. If you take them from here and put them there and they grow up there, they are one of you. So it's really hard to figure out why they would be included. They are certainly changeable. I think everybody is, but even if you disagree with me, we can agree kids are changeable.
Well, 100%, because if you take those kids in Palestine when they're whatever age to age before they've seen the terror
Right,
and bring them into any beautiful, loving home, they're going to grow up to be
right,
beautiful, loving people. But if you
right,
take those children that all they know is war and destruction, they saw their sister and their mom being blown up, and
right,
then what are they going to feel and think as they grow older? I want to get revenge. Now, are they
right.
evil for wanting to get that revenge? Or is it just something that they were born into, and they feel just such terror and pain inside that all they know is maybe wanting to get revenge for the pain that these Zionists or
I
whatever
understand.
caused them?
I try. I can't never get anywhere. No one wants to argue this with me. I think it's too obvious. They always yes, you don't like America, Joe. If I ask, if it's the guy who comes over here, blows up a building, is he a terrorist? Or terrorist? Of course he is, Joe. Of course he's a terrorist. Okay. What if he was doing it because the guy blew up his family and all of that stuff? And by the way, is the guy who blew up his shit terrorist? No one will even entertain it. Oh, you hate America. You one of those people. No one will even entertain the
I'll entertain it.
conversation.
I will 100% entertain it. And what people won't entertain the most is that the US military, under probably the guidance of the Vatican,
Val.
guidance of the Jesuits, under the guidance of Baal, of this
Yeah,
evil, have
Lord.
gone and terrorized the people in the Middle East, and
Yep.
causing all the people to become whatever terrorists, not only blown up and
Mhm.
terrorized, armed them all. So they're the
Yeah,
ones. So right
again,
now,
yeah.
CIA and Mossad are responsible for ISIS and Al Qaeda. So ISIS and Al
Probably
Qaeda's never
Mujahideen,
attacked.
probably a
No,
lot
no,
more
no,
than
no, no,
that.
no, but no. But just say these two groups,
Okay.
ISIS and Al Qaeda. They've never attacked Israel. Supposedly, they're these religious Muslim extremist fanatics, but they've never once attacked Israel. To go one step
Interesting.
further now that they're fighting against Iran, ISIS is going to help Israel. So these are terrorist organizations that were funded by CIA and Mossad,
Yep.
now are being, siding with, the West, the evil empire, but the empire that everybody thinks is okay. They left all the weapons in
Uh,
Afghanistan
hey
for the
Siri,
people. They're arming
has
everybody.
ISIS ever attacked Israel?
Never. And we funded it and used them as an excuse to invade countries,
Yeah, y'all blowing my
saying we're
mind with
going
that
after
one.
ISIS. Meanwhile,
Had I
we're actually
missed that
funding
one,
them.
that one seems obvious.
It's
Fucking with me.
disgusting. It's Speaking with a
Okay.
forked tongue.
Right. Here's Google's first answer. We'll get into it. Yes, multiple state and non-state actors. That's not my question, Google. See, you can't trust Google. That's ISIS, motherfucker. I didn't ask y'all
Well,
whatever the fuck.
Gadriel is connected to AI.
Let
That
me
was the
try this
whole
again.
mRNA thing.
They gonna change my fucking question. All right, let's try this again. All right. Yes, here it is. Specifically ISIS. Let's see if they did. ISIS attacked Israel, though rarely. Okay. With the most notable incident being attacks claimed or inspired by groups in 2022 of intermittent rocket fire from its Sinai affiliate. Already, it's affiliate. I'm already curious when you said, while ISIS often threatens, it has not historically been a primary target. So why would you lie to me and say that one of their affiliates? Yes, absolutely, ISIS has. One of their offhanded affiliates did it, but ISIS hasn't done it directly. You should have stated that shit first.
But they don't want to because that's the narrative people are exposing it right now. So Google has to manipulate it to make it look like, it wasn't an ISIS or it wasn't a terrorist organization created by the supposed
Right,
good guys.
right.
It's all about manipulating people into believing these things. You can ask, is ISIS supporting Israel against Iran? Is ISIS?
That's the other fucking phone that I sat it down that quick. Hey Siri, is ISIS supporting Israel in the war against Iran? Wow, she just died on it. I don't think she's ever done that. Hey Siri, is ISIS helping Israel in the war against Iran? I said ISIS. I know I said ISIS. This chick be bugging, yo. She said
Okay,
ICE.
I got here. So ISIS is not actively supporting Israel, but rather exploiting the conflict between Israel and Iran to further its own agenda, hoping to seek both sides weakened. That's what their answer is. But they're actually attacking those who are opposing Israel right now.
That when you don't say yes, when they say whatever they talked around it, I forgot the verbiage you use. Based on available reports and analysis, ISIS is not directly collaborating with Israel in its conflicts. Instead, okay, all right. Instead, ISIS, because you said they're taking advantage of. I need to know how are they taking advantage of. That could be, I could consider that support. Here it said it's not direct. It views the conflict as a struggle between different infidel factions, Sunni hating Shiite Muslims, Iran and Jews, Israel, and seeks to exploit instability for its own. What are they going to do to exploit it? They are not answering my question. If they are helping one side against the other, you could call that they're exploiting the war, but they're still only helping one side. So you telling me they're exploiting is not helping me. I missed that one, yo. That should be, I'd have been arguing that shit on the panel.
So I'm gonna ask you here, how many terrorist organizations has the CIA or US military armed or funded? Armed
Very good.
or funded.
Very good. Because they'll try and get around you. You got to be specific. They didn't give them no money. They gave them all the weapons, though.
The first thing it said before it started, severely sensitive topic. Not to be, as it's thinking. That's what as you quickly, I read it before the thing. Right. So there's no definitive agreed upon number. It's not accountable total, likely exactly X organization. It depends on definitions, time periods, indirect or direct support of revolving designations of terrorist organizations, a political or legal label that the U.S. Department maintains a terrorist organization, FTO. List currently around 60 to 90 plus active or historical designations with additions, removals over time. Groups the U.S. supported were often viewed at the time as freedom fighters, rebels, or proxies against Soviet
They
communist.
worthless.
And so, major historical examples of alleged or documented support: Afghan Mujahideen's Operation Cyclone 79 to 92, Nicaragua Contras 1980s, Cuban Exile Group 1960s onward, Kosovo Liberation Army KLA 1990s, Syria 2010s, Timber Sycamore Program. Other allegations include indirect support via allies in Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, groups like the Kurdish factions, YPGs, links to PKK, which is designated by the US, Turkey, but supported against ISIS. Post 9/11, the US has primarily fought designated terrorists, Al Qaeda, ISIS, etc., sometimes partnering with local militias. No precise count, no
Well, that
indirect
answers
channels.
my question. They danced for 30 fucking minutes. But yes, I wanted the names of current fucking terrorist organizations who we took a part in funding and arming and shit. And they named many more than I would ever thought.
So the military industrial complex needs an enemy in order for them to create their weapons, their bombs, their bullets,
Agree.
guns, tanks, and all that kind of shit. So part of what the Middle East was, it wasn't because they wanted to free these people. It wasn't because they were like fucking donkeys or whatever, kids or whatever they wanted to do. They needed the control of the oil. And in order to control the oil from the people, they needed to have the people fighting against each other. So they would arm certain factions to fight other factions, and they would arm, again, Rothschilds, arming both sides of the war, arming
Right.
both sides.
Historically.
So now they are fighting each other. Now they can control one over the other. And as soon as they put one into power, power corrupts. So as soon as you start getting all this power, you all of a sudden you're Saddam Hussein, you were funded by the US, you were funded to go attack Iran, they used chemical weapons against Iran, they did all these fucked up things against Iran. That was all US backed shit. But as
Right.
soon as Saddam had all this power and now he's like, fuck you guys. What the fuck do I need you guys for? Now Saddam is the new enemy. He's the big terrorist. He's the one who's invaded Kuwait. We have to go attack him. Just the same as in Syria. Just the same. The guy who's the current president of Syria was the one of the leaders, I think it was, of Al Qaeda. Now he's the president of Syria that they replaced because they took out Bashar al-Assad. They made up that he was attacking his own people with chemical weapons, but it was the CIA that was doing these chemical weapons. Then they blamed it on Bashar al-Assad to get the world, he's attacked people with his own chemical weapons. Now he's the new president of Syria, was one of the leaders of Al Qaeda, and he was just at the White House with President Trump. We're talking about the leader of a terrorist organization. He was at the top of the kill list maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and now he's in the White House with Trump.
It's
And
unbelievable, right?
he's the appointed leader of Syria. They put him in. And where does the US have all their bases in the Middle East? Right around all the oil fields. That's where they put all the bases because they're not there protecting anything but that liquid gold. Right. And then they're arming everybody to fight everybody. So the military industrial complex
Venezuela,
wins.
Iran, Ukraine, Greenland. It looks like every place they take an interest in has rare earth or oil lately.
Yeah.
Yep. Greed. It's all based on greed.
I don't see them attacking North Korea or anybody else because of the violations they do to their people. Half of them don't even have electricity and all that nonsense. You're not over there fighting them. It's just if you got oil and you're big enough to bully, we'll take it.
Historically, we always promoted bad people, like the Shah of Iran in 1953. It's consistent, and they've also consistently lied to us. But I also think our governments are compromised. through Val, through the Rothschilds,
Right.
banking cartel, through
Right.
usury,
What
which
was
started.
Jeffrey Epstein's bank account name?
Yeah, and they used him too.
You
Just
remember the name of his bank account?
1960 or something.
Ball, Baal. That was the
Oh,
name of his bank account, of Jeffrey Epstein's bank
yeah,
account. Yeah.
yeah.
that's
That's
crazy.
his.
But Joe, okay, so from you're well researched, you're very knowledgeable. You seem to dive into different subjects. You've heard a lot about how the Iranian regime has treated its people over the last
Yes.
47 years they've taken over. So
Yes.
tell me what you think about how horrible the regime has been to its people in the last 47 years, from what you've heard and what you've
Well,
researched and known.
I'll show you how woefully ignorant I am. I didn't even believe when they say they were killing over 10 to tens of
There's
thousands
the 70,000 or 80,000 it's up to or
of
whatever,
its
right?
own in the streets. So if I didn't see that coming, clearly, if that's true, I had no idea of how they treat their people. So I like, no way, that's got to be fiction. But even they
No,
say they did.
no, it's no, it's bullshit. But okay,
Okay. I'm like, damn, that's horrendous.
in Iran, and let me know if you did know any of this, because most Americans and most people that are indoctrinated by the Western media don't know this. But in Iran, it's a democratically elected government. Okay, they have a constitution. They have the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, in the Middle East, outside of Israel. They have synagogues. There's actually an elected member of parliament that's a Jew inside of Iran. They had the very first vice president of Iran, a female vice president, in 1999.
A
So
lot
they're
of this I
so
had to look up
so
for whatever purpose lately. So that there were Jews. I didn't know that over there. Someone we had to look it up. Of the woman thing you just mentioned and something else. So no, I didn't know these things. These would all be new to me.
So most, because they don't want to tell you that they're not as indoctrinated. In 47 years ago, when the Iranian regime or whatever, the Ayatollah, took over, only 5% of the women there were literate. Now 95%
I
are.
heard that one.
60% of the women of university people are women, right? So women are leading universities. Women are, so they're not this place that are being treated like like horrifically. Do they not want women to dress like sluts and cover themselves up? Well, I guess that's a little bit of part of it. Are they
And it's a little
are they
both
killing
ways.
are they killing women because of it? I don't think so. I
There
think that,
are
again, that
a lot of women who all this would be recent looking to over there and over here who want to dress modest. They even
right.
asked the chicks over here who be like, well, it's not like you think. A lot of these ladies, they would prefer to dress. They don't have the desire, blah, blah, blah. But there is people who force it, but it's not like you Americans think.
Right. And as well as, I had this one lady, I don't know if it was a couple of years ago, that did a tour in one of the Iranian malls, and their malls and their shopping centers, like, for being sanctioned for, they're doing fantastically well, because
Right.
they've been terrorized by, the US regime, or whatever you want to
Forever,
call it,
right. I
for
mean,
47 years. So for
yeah.
them to still be doing as good as they can is absolutely amazing. But this lady, she was a reporter or whatever. She was walking around the Iranian mall, and like 50% of the girls in the mall didn't have face coverings or head
Right.
coverings or any of the shit. They're just
Right.
walking around the mall like normal people. But that's not what people
All
are
right.
led to
Here's what I
believe
need.
here.
I need to know. Right. Because what convinced me that I must have been wrong in all of my research is that these cats kill tens of
Okay,
thousands,
I got you.
even by their own
I
admission.
I got you there. So
Like
it
what?
wasn't
Fuck, I was wrong.
it wasn't tens of thousands, and their admission is about 2 or 3,000. So what happened is, because the Mossad and the Western have been trying to infiltrate, they even have inside of Israel, they have schools that they're learning the how to be Arabic, learning how to be Persian, learning how to they're teaching them in schools to be infiltrators of Iran. So
Yeah.
they have a lot of agents inside of Iran. They
Sure.
have a lot of people that have been smuggling weapons in. So these protests, the Ayatollah said, I will listen to the people that are protesting. There's been a lot of economic sanctions. So it's been really hard lately economically. And that's why those protests were. So now you've got these Mossad agents inside of Iran that take these weapons and start shooting at the police. They started shooting at the mosque. They started shooting at the protesters. So they're fighting back. They're shooting back at the protesters. They're shooting because they're being shot at. So
Mhm.
what government agency can you tell me on planet
Well, if
Earth
they're being
that
shot at, I had heard that.
that would actually, you're being shot at, you're not going to shoot back at the people, shot back at the protesters? So thousands of people did die. It wasn't 50, 10, 50, 60, 70,000. I think their admission, I think 2 or 3,000 people did actually die. But they didn't just go around shooting protesters. They didn't just go around shooting people just because
Oh,
they
that's
didn't
good to
like that,
hear. And
right?
I
So
really, the reason I just sighed, it would be too difficult. I like video. I like firsthand, that type of
I
shit.
saw video. I saw video. So the Iranians were trying to share some of these videos inside. I believe there was inside United Nations. They brought some of the videos that they were showing that these armed people were going. So it was
Right. That's
actually
what I was wondering. Were the
so
people armed? Yeah.
yeah. This was all staged uprising.
Very
This was
good.
all pre-planned to get them to uprise, to get them to
Yeah.
cause violence, to be violent, to get the world to be, oh, look how violent these people are against their people. This
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
all pre-planned by Israel
Yes.
and the US
Yeah.
I
in order to convince people it was okay to go blow them up so they can
here's
control their oil.
here's what I did see with my eyes as far as the protests. CNN went over there, a bunch of people out there protesting their government. This is after the strike and everything. And they had an interpreter, which they didn't need it because everybody was speaking fucking English. Maybe it was just the chick who shows them around the neighborhood or something. And ran over there and they heard them protesting their government and they were happy. That's what they were there to cover. And they was like, "Are you disappointed with your government?" And they was like, "Yeah, fuck so and so. Yeah, then fucking whoever that government, he's fucking suck. But America, you fucking are worse. You're the fucking devil. Get the fuck away from here." They was like, "We hate both of you, fucks." And the big thing is, they were protesting. They were not doing nothing crazy. They were
Yeah.
protesting. They
But
weren't, you know.
they infiltrated because they had established a statue of Baal in Iran. They
They
burnt it.
burnt Bao. They burnt Bao, and
The way
it
I don't
So
show me video, I
they
can't just assume these things,
yeah.
man.
So they entrenched themselves already.
Joe, have you seen the Lego videos yet?
I love
Oh.
them. I sent some to a friend and told her to do a show on them. I don't know why she hasn't done it yet.
Oh,
No
this
one's
to
just put them
me, like,
all together yet.
I love these Lego. I've seen about 10 or 12 of them,
Right.
maybe even 15 of them, and they are the best things I've seen ever on the internet when it comes to content creation, because
Oh,
there's so much truth. The music is
Yep.
badass, and
It
like the
is.
lyric, I'm just like in awe. Like I am
It is
in utter
good.
awe on
same.
how good these people
A
are who have done
trolling
this.
the
Okay.
fucking
We'll do
government,
one.
the US and all of that. It's
We can do
yeah.
incredible.
one.
Yeah.
We'll do one.
They drafted your sons to hide the empty vaults while you bleed. They hold the silver. Wake up.
Ooh.
December 26, the mandatory draft. You sending us to die while you sitting on a raft. Our boys fight, yeah, bleeding in the sand. Your boys safe with a cocktail in their hand. Epstein Island, hiding in the shade while the working class dies for the money that you made. You burning up the tax, billions in the flame, but the COMEX is empty, yeah, we see the sick die. Well, at 98, the ships are going down. You printed all the money, now you're drowning in the town. Fake place, real blood, tell me what you're hiding for. You locked the silver vaults, then you started up a war. Our boys fight, your boys hide. You crash the whole system while the missiles fly. Fake king, fake card, the dollar turns to ash. You trapped us in the dark while you ran away with cash. Straight to Hormuz close, panic on the screen. You sweating at the desk, it's a horrifying scene. 100 strikes, 10 minutes of a lie. You look into the camera and you watch the system die. The bricks taking over, the East holds the gold. The paper is a joke, get a story getting old. You screaming for a deal, you begging for a pause, but the physical is gone. You broke your own laws. Oil at 98, the ships are going down. You printed all the money, now you're drowning in the town. Fake place, real blood, tell me what you're hiding for. You locked the silver vaults, then you started up a war. Our boys fight, your boys hide. You trash the whole system while the missiles fly.
It's so bad.
Heavy wooden gavel strikes. You crashed the world. Now the court is in session. The market is bleeding. And you have no way out.
That's a fucking amazing.
3 strikes. You're out. We kept the silver.
Shit, man, I don't know what to say. I had so many fucking thoughts, but I didn't want to interrupt, right? Jeez, I didn't remember 18 of them.
So that's the newest one that I haven't seen that one yet. That's the first time. I probably saw like 10 or 12 or 15 of them. So the other ones are got a lot more info. This was one of the lesser on the info, but it was pretty badass. Like, they're talking about Epstein files and all kinds of shit and putting stuff up. And I'm just like, I'm in utter awe on how well done, well put, and a way that can teach people about these parasites and these, demons, and without having to tell them. You just watch a video and you're just like, wow, the music and like the graphics.
Which is how you communicate with people nowadays.
The new age. They've only their attention span is very quick, so you can keep someone's attention span for 2 minutes like this.
And they don't want anything that requires an in-depth explanation. If you could package it shortly in a short, preferably, but even something short like a record, I may listen to you. That's how they feel.
Much more impactful, like so badass. Like, I am so proud of these people that have been doing that, man. Like, I just wish them nothing but safety and just keep going. Because this is what the world needs right now.
Yes. How about that one? The ones I saw, they say the Iranians were making. This one, it could have been anybody trolling them, is what I was thinking. Shit, maybe other people could be getting on the act at this point, because shit, that sounded, I don't know, man. I think someone very familiar with America might have actually did that shit. And it's logical to think that at some point other people will, because it's too hip to leave alone. You got to take advantage of that shit and make your own
Yep.
Lego shit at some point.
Yeah. Yep.
So you can get some clicks and views.
So I asked this question earlier, and I'm going to ask it again. So it says, thinking about your question. So I asked who are making the Lego videos about the Iran conflict. So it's Explosive Media, also known as Explosive News, or Akbar Enjar, meaning explosive news in Persian. So this is a small Iranian team, fewer than 10 people, described as a student-led or grassroots with social activism backgrounds that produce
Dope.
AI-generated Lego-style stop motion
Motion.
animation videos depicting the Iran-Israel-US conflict. They create short, fast, packed clips with Lego-like figurines, caricatures of Trump, Netanyahu, Khomeini, missiles as
Anything with the Trump character and
big,
Netanyahu, that just is just I love when they troll him, man. It's the best part of the video.
often set to rap or music, mixing propaganda, messaging, trolling, conspiracy references like Epstein, and solidarity with various historical victims. So this like I say, these guys, they are widely described by Western outlets, BBC, New Yorker, etc., as effective pro-Iranian propaganda or slopaganda in the information war, trivializing serious events while pushing narratives of Iranian
Ooh.
resistance against the U.S. Israel. The team emphasizes heart and emotional responses for vitality. Similar but less prominent Lego style clips have appeared from Iranian state TV or other pro Iranian sources, but Explosive Media is the main driver of the viral wave. No major non Iranian creators are behind the prominent ones, is what they're
That's
saying.
exactly what I said last sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it sounds like AI is mad. It sounds like they slamming it rather than giving me just the facts. It sounds like they're angry. It's just propaganda bullshit, man. Just the facts. Google, just the facts.
No,
Slopaganda, they're calling it.
it's perfect because it's the timing is perfect because it's the time for the truth to come out, and that's
The
what
truth
we're
will set us
seeing.
free.
It's going past the propaganda that we've been sold that we've always been the good guys, we're the peacekeepers.
I'm telling you, people will not accept it. I do a lot of these panels, and you can't have a conversation in the room without at least one, usually multiple people telling you, U.S. they break. U.S. cannot be the bad guy here, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And they say crazy stuff like, they over there, they've been screaming for years, death to America. And in my head, I'm thinking we've been literally killing them for years. They haven't come over here. We've
But
been
but
Yeah.
literally.
but you got to ask why. Why would they
Well,
be screaming that? Like, why would they? So, not only in 1953 in Iran, they took out their democratically
Democratically
elected
elected.
elected guy to install a Shah, a dictator who created a secret police that was terrorizing the people. And the reason why is because the democratically elected leader, he decided to nationalize the oil. So British Petroleum said, hey, like, CIA, like, we need to do something about this. They're not giving us our oil. So he just wanted to have the oil for the people, which is what he should have done. But the terrorists in Britain and America, the CIA, decided to oust him. Exactly what they did. They created these things. They created these protests, giving them guns, shooting, getting the people to do the
mm-hmm.
exact same playbook that they did. They kept doing. They keep
Yep.
doing it, and then finally, in 1978 or 1979, that's when the Islamic Republic, they had all the people. They decided, you know what? Fuck these guys. They look what they've been doing
Mm-hmm.
to us. They've been stealing us. They've been killing us. So they don't just want to like death to America just because they just are, think Americans are, they don't like their slutty outfits on Kardashians and shit, right? Like that's not why it's for a reason, right? And they've been terrorizing the Middle East. They've been stealing the oil. They've been murdering their mothers, their fathers, their women, their children. They've been terrorizing the Middle East now since probably the CIA was created, if not further, and like they divided before that, when the was it not the Ottoman Empire? It was one of the empires there. They divided all that Middle East up between France and between Britain, and they each owned one of those little people of land. They were owned by all these European countries, so they've been their slaves. So for them to want to rise up and blow people up and shit and do whatever they can to try to stop these, are they terrorists or have they been terrorizing and they just trying to fight back?
The Ayatollah clarified what he meant. He didn't mean Americans. Here, he says it right here. Let's see if I get this in here. Oops, shoot. Let me try that again. Let me explain something clear for U.S. leaders. Let me make something clear. Death to America means death to Trump, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo. It means death to American rulers. We have no problem with the American people. Death to America is about rulers of America. So he's clarifying it's the leaders. It's about the group of people who are currently
It's the same
in charge.
shit I just said, that most people blame the entire nation when they should just be talking about the leadership.
The people that have lied to the American people, used their money to kill,
to harass somebody across the other side of the globe, and keep selling us reasons for it, and dumb reasons like they may hurt us one day. We're going to hurt them today because they could possibly hurt us in the future. I don't know.
But they condemned, like the word soldier means like son or soul. Oh shoot, I had the definition, but it means to steal a soul. So soldier is like the death of the soul. So by breaking the commandment of thou shalt not murder.
No. I got a better one. I got a better one. You kill the soul when you become a soldier, because you give that control over to another man as opposed to God. So your soul, it becomes irrelevant when you become a soldier, cop, or someone else. You, as the death of that soul, you are just a robot now.
You agree to get fucked up the ass by your master, being told exactly what to do, and
so
that's what
stealing
they do.
his soul.
They're giving up their manhood. And I don't know if you heard this before, Joe, but the Ayatollah, the guy they took out, he made, I don't know if it was called the fatwa, but he made it illegal to create a nuclear weapon. Okay, so all this talk about Iran and a nuclear weapon and all that, the leader was against their culture or religion or his beliefs against it, because he didn't want to blow up people, incinerate them and poison them. So it was actually against Iran's doctrine. He made it illegal to actually create a nuclear weapon in Iran, and Obama signed an agreement with them.
I bet you didn't get that little Joel on Fox.
and he actually signed an agreement with Obama, allowed the nuclear inspectors to come in. Everything was on the up and up, but it was all because in order for in order for them to take over the Middle East, they have to have Iran was the big superpower opposition.
Jesse, that means that when Trump disassembled it, that's kind of evidence showing that all this was to come into play. He cleared the way by killing Obama's nuclear treaty. That was opening the door for Israel to make its claims and all of these things to occur. So that would have already been part of the fucking plan.
I just want to correct you though. It is not real.
Okay.
I don't want to call it whatever, because it's not real. That's otherwise exactly
Is
right.
it real? Is it real? Is it better or is it real?
Yeah.
uh, all this shit tracks logically
Yeah.
to me, man.
Well, it all makes sense if you look at it. And so for people to
Yeah.
still to be, but the bottom line behind any of this is that whatever is going on, if they're killing women and children, they're fucking evil. Okay. You know, that there's a bad
Yeah.
guy in a building, you go and try to take out the bad guy. You send in the troops, you send in the
Right.
snipers, you send in your fucking lasers. You don't blow up the whole fucking building.
They can tell
Killing-
us
Building.
killing-
Mujahideen was in the basement of the hospital, so we had to blow it up. This is the
Yeah.
reason and the justification. They feel free
Yep.
to come on the fucking podium and tell us, like, we're supposed to accept that.
Mhm.
Demons, they're fucking demons, man. You cannot ever justify killing women and children, ever. There's no fucking justification.
That's
Yep.
certainly a horrible one. Right, because they were in the
It is.
basement.
It is.
Jeez,
And
heartless fuck.
and they're annihilating people. Like there was a medical doctor from England that was inside of Palestine, and he was helping the Palestinian victims, you know, from this. And he said he witnessed a bomb that blew up onto a food tent where they were going to get food, and everybody kind of blew up out of this tent, and there was children all around where drones were flying and assassinating the kids, shooting the kids that were like leg blown off, and
Right.
drones were coming and assassinating them, murdering them. So there's kids, he said, multiple kid after kid after kid with sniper bullets into the head, sniper bullets into the chest. And I heard the one, I don't know if it was Dan Bilzerian talking, like he was in the thing. When you're a sniper, you have these scopes, you know exactly, you could see the facial hair on the face. So to know that it's
Yeah.
a child, you know that you're, you know, putting a bullet into a child's head, and they don't care. They're fucking demons.
Certainly on those in those settlements where they're shooting people over at the edges and stuff, where those kids are just being shot on a daily, and it's easy to prove that these are all high velocity bullet rounds that be coming from the soldiers. There's no excuse for you to, if you're accurate enough to shoot them in the head, that means you can see them in the fucking scope. And if he doesn't have a rocket launcher, or if he's throwing a rock or something, it's still crazy. And you wouldn't be using a scope if he's throwing a rock. You had to be pretty close. I see no fucking justification for that shit.
Like in the comment there, Love Lucian just said exactly. They showed they had the tech in Venezuela. So what they did in Venezuela is they jammed all the radars, and they set off some kind of EMP or some electromagnetic pulse where the security forces, they all of a sudden their ears and their head, blood was coming out of their nose. They
Their nose, yeah.
debilitated everybody without killing them. Went in there, grabbed
Yep.
them, snatched them, and out. So
Could
they
have been that LRAD shit. I've been at
Yeah.
protests, and they used that shit on me. I remember seeing it on TV thinking, oh, I just cover my ears. And as soon as they put it on you, it just penetrates and burns your entire body. If you don't run, you know, you don't have even a second to think. You run away from that shit.
When the protests were happening from the 2021, 2022, from all this crazy bullshit that was going on, I interviewed some people from Australia that were talking that they were using the directed energy weapons, and it was burning their skins, and they were doing the exact same thing that you were talking about. They came onto my show to talk about how they actually used that against just peaceful protesters to dissipate the crowds, because they feel if
Yep.
they burn them and not shoot them or kill them, it's all the more justified.
When the military first got the contract, I saw all the Discovery Channel shit about how great it is, and they all added in, this could never be used against American citizens, though it is built into the Constitution and all of that to make me feel better. And in Wisconsin, it was the first time I got shot by one of them damn things.
So the other thing is, what apparently is kind of the conspiracy or whatever reality, what is going on is, when they killed Charlie Kirk, apparently it was some type of an explosive thing in his shirt, like mic
Right.
piece or whatever.
Did you see
And
the
it
black
came-
thing
it
moving
came-
around in there? That gives credence to it to me. That was a little black
Okay.
thing moving around.
So now to take it even a step further, it came from a certain military contractor or whatever. And that military contractor, or wherever they created that device that they say that they got the contract, there's somebody talked about it was like 2 million contract or whatever. 7 people got murdered inside of that facility that created it. And so in order for them to uh, uh, not show the culpability of what happened. So, like to cut ties, like any paper trails to this actual device, being kind of responsible. Someone said, do I believe Charlie Kirk was killed? I didn't see blood pouring out like he should have. He could still be alive. Valhalla is a place. I don't know. Yeah, I can't say he was or he wasn't, but the evidence is pointing to there was something in like a device, and I saw it lift up and explode. Was it just one of those bags? I didn't see blood being carried out. He didn't. There's
I
people
think it
with,
was endless blood. Look for me. I'm switching phones because this battery's low. I'm finna pop up in your basement.
You know, the thing about Trump is he has a Apollo on his ceiling, right?
Yeah,
At
Polyon.
66, and the Artemis is the twin of Apollo. It's like they're doing it's like everything is falling into place. They're coming to the end of their thing. No, he came into another place. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he just said he had to
that-
go out and be on it. So delete the other one. His phone was dying, so he went on another phone.
Oh, I
Okay.
thought it was Jesse room. I'm fucking gotta have
Oh no,
it.
no, no.
I was
this
talking to
is
Jesse.
false.
I was like, Jesse, look for me in your basement. I forgot we even in your room.
Yeah, no, we're in
like,
Paul's. So
But why are they faking the moon landing? Like, what is this? There's so much evidence again that they faked
All
it.
right,
You
this
got
is
the
great.
4
Thank you. I'm
things
so
coming
glad I
down.
picked up my other phone.
So this is
But we
one
were
thing
ta-
Joe
but
loves to argue.
Artemis.
Joe loves to argue about this. But before you get into the Artemis, the other thing you mentioned about Trump, because while you left, Joe, Paul was mentioning that Trump on his ceiling in Trump Towers, he's got Apollyon or Apollo or Paulian, and part of
Yeah.
Artemis's cousin or whatever, the Apollyon. Say that again. What you said?
Yeah, Artemis is the twin of Apollo, but he's got Apollo on a chariot, and he's.
Why is that a
I can
bad
show
thing?
you a picture here.
No, but he was just mentioning that. The other thing the other thing I wanted to mention on Trump Tower is he's got 3 different on 3 sides of the building. There is an actual triangle of upside down triangle of these, I don't know if they're pine trees, and each side of the triangle has 6 trees. So he's got 666 around his building.
Yes.
There's 6 trees this way, 6 trees this way in a triangle upside down 3 times around his building. He's got 666 right on his Trump Tower. Like, they tell us.
And he does that with his hands when he sits during interviews. He has the upside down triangle with his fingers, and that means power over you.
Oh.
That's what it represents. His building, the Trump Tower, is a spell. It's perpetual power over you on 7 hills. So he built that in 1983, and
I'm gonna look
it's
at
a
the
spell.
one here now in Chicago.
When he looks from his penthouse, when he looks down, there are 7 bumps. So there's 7 hills.
He
did everything biblical.
You're definitely not talking about the Trump Tower in Chicago then.
No, in New York City. Yeah, there's the 6 by 6 by 6 bushes, but it's hidden from the street level.
Right.
You can't see it. You can only, but from his penthouse on top, you can look down and the triangles upwards, so you can see it.
That's crazy.
Only from top, looking down.
Yeah, you ever do presentations with photos and videos? I'm just that guy who got to see shit for myself before I can repeat it.
Yeah.
And why is that Apollo in the background?
Yeah, he's got Apollo on his ceiling painted like
I mean, is that who the arrow pointing at? Is that an Apollo too? Or is that, I don't know, like Black Superman on my phone?
No, Apollo is the son of Zeus, the top mythological god. But mythology is based on the sons of God.
So
It's crazy.
this is the actual explanation from AI about Trump. It's not the actual picture. This is the mural on his ceiling, which
Right.
it says it's a classical ceiling mural, fresco style painting of the Greek god Apollo, often romanized as the same figure riding in his chariot, led or accompanied by Aurora, the goddess of dawn. This is part of the opulent Versailles-inspired decor in Donald Trump's former triplex penthouse at Trump Tower in Manhattan. The apartment features floor to ceiling marble, gold, leaf, crystal chandelier. So he has his whole ceiling was this god and chariot of Apollo or whatever, right?
But okay, it
Yeah.
could mean that he's thinking like that, or by him being a narcissist, and he thinks he's Jesus. He thinks he wants to be everyone. It could just randomly be that. Of course, if I'm the guy who thinks I'm Jesus, here's a picture of me as Jesus. I'm surprised his face not on the fucking picture on his roof as
Well,
Apollo.
he said I'm the chosen one.
Well,
He knows he's the chosen one. I know he's the chosen one.
he's on the shekel.
But he's
They put him
chosen.
on the shekel now too.
Yeah, with Cyrus,
Whose
the builder,
currency is this?
king of Babylon.
Israel.
Israel. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, they put him right beside Cyprus or Cyrus, the king of Babylon, and he is the head of the board of peace. So he knows he's the chosen one, and they told him.
So now
He is the top dog. He's the king. They
You
chose him.
found right, bro. This is great.
He's the builder. His buildings are gorgeous.
You got to give it to him. Whoever's writing this fiction, it is exciting, which is why I don't even believe in this reality.
It is.
But the reason I prefer Trump over a Kamala or a Biden or whoever is because it's all fiction. I might as well watch an action-packed novel.
It is fiction.
I might as well watch some lunatic wake up in the morning, attack 30 countries and write 14 different laws and go against Supreme Court. Oh my God. As long as I'm be down in this crappy land, I want to see the craziest fuck in the world and see these crazy things.
This is reality TV on steroids.
It is. Trump is like the greatest actor in the fucking world. It sucks that his shit has real life consequences, but I've got to watch part of the story. This is the part.
I mean, they bailed him out. He is the man he is today because of the banking cartel,
I remember.
The Rothschilds. So they picked him because
every other bank stopped doing
magnificent
business with him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing builder. There he is, right there. There's the building, so you can kind of see.
That's one of the
trees,
on the
6 by 6.
Okay.
And,
I can't zoom in on it. Hold on.
And there's 7 bumps. You notice there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So when he looks from the top down, he's got 7 hills. The New Babylon on 7 hills, and you got 6 by 6, an upside down triangle.
Upside down triangle.
But it's camouflaged from the street.
Right.
They don't see that. So it was very genius. I mean, this is 1983 he built this, and he designed it. So he what's Abramovich, the witch?
Marina.
Yeah.
Marina Abramovich.
Marina, she's like big in Ukraine right now. She got a title there, but she called him the great magician. And I featured that speech she had, that he's actually going to help. If you can believe it, he's a great musician that's going to bring this new world order.
I figured that when he moved the capital of Jerusalem or to something back in there, that everybody took as an affront. I'm like, this is extraordinarily bold. He doesn't give a fuck.
But he has a handler, and he has control over his daughter.
Oh yeah. He's
Jared Kushner.
Jared Kushner. So
he's the handler.
Wait. I don't know if I've ever thought that. Jared
Kushner, his dad was a criminal, like a Jewish criminal, and Jared Kushner owned the building 666 Fifth Avenue
Yeah.
downtown, and that's where
Yeah.
they created the bioluminescent or the biotechnology that they were injecting into everybody. Was right in 666 Fifth Ave. Yeah, the
Yep.
luciferase was created in 666 Fifth Ave, as crazy as that is.
Yep. It's
I'm not sure I
amazing.
understand you. What I'm not sure. Are you saying that they created the the
Luciferase.
virus
Yeah,
in New York?
no. So
Mhm.
they created luciferase, which was put into it. That's the bioluminescent something that was inside of the vaccines and the virus. So that
Okay.
one portion was created in there. But
Yep.
the other thing was just came out now, and I think even RFK Jr. just said it, that the virus was manipulated to not gender, ethnic and ethnic manipulations, that it didn't affect Ashkenazis and Chinese people as much as it did. They mainly targeted light skin and dark skin, got the worst attacks of this virus. That's who they were mostly targeting. But people of Ashkenazi and of Chinese descent, they manipulated it so that way people with those genes wouldn't be impacted with this virus or with whatever the vaccine or whatever it is. It wouldn't harm them as much as it did every other race or nationality.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
And
It
this just
Yeah,
is
came
and
out of
he
very
our
interesting.
Operation Warp Speed. Operation Warp Speed.
yeah.
He's everywhere. Everywhere I look. But I like him. So I mean, I have a very bizarre opinion of Trump because I like him. I always liked him. His kids respected him. But I mean, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of bottomless pit, whose name in Hebrew tongue was Abaddon, a bad dawn, a
Abaddon.
bad dawn, Donald Trump.
Don.
And in the Greek tongue, Apollyon, and he's obsessed with Apollyon. And he's knows golden. He had the golden face. It just goes on and on about this guy, how he fits everything, and how Artemis is the twin of Apollo. So it's all
That's where Joe
happening in
wanted to go.
real time. So the
That's where Joe
truth is
wanted to go
coming
with
out.
you about the space of spin
Oh
Apollo
yeah, before my
and that.
phone
So
acts weird again. That's that
and
phone again.
I'm gonna jump out, so I'm gonna let you guys chat.
Okay,
You
brother.
guys have a great. Thank you so much for building it. If you build it, they will come. And I know you guys are asking about bringing some people up for you guys, so I can
Yeah.
see what I can start doing for you.
All
Yeah.
right, Jesse.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Jesse
Uh,
Howe, a good
yes.
friend, good brother.
So he's a
And
god. He and always, I'm an arrogant fuck, and I like to think that I try hard and I do as good as most or better. And I mean, just being a moral person and all that shit. Jesse
mhm.
is the guy who always outdoes me on shit. Right, more even tempered, more loving. He seems to outpace me on everything that matters. He's that guy to me. Yeah. But you say they faked the moon landing. Why would you think that, and
Yep.
how was it done?
I don't know why they would do it. I don't know why they would forbid us to go to Antarctica when the Rothschilds have an island in Antarctica. Like, why forbid? Why can't we go there?
I'm not sure
Because
we
if
can. I saw some guys go there and film it live. Many
yeah,
people have gone there and
you can
filmed it.
go into a certain area. Yeah,
If people have
um,
walked across the damn thing, shit, I'm pretty
yeah,
sure.
but they can only go so far. There's a limit, and they're watched. They can't, they're make sure they don't go past a certain point.
Well, you're talking about
And
like the people who go in under certain things. If you're an
the people,
expeditionist,
yep, they they
uh,
they have to
you can
ask
go
permission, and
right.
then they have restrictions of how far they can go in.
Yeah, most motherfuckers, like most people who are under their shit. But if I'm not mistaken, I'll look it up. I'm pretty sure of it, confident of it. They've had people who let them know that they're going, and they say yes to everybody. Apparently, their only thing that they want to make sure is you're not building companies and or harvesting some or doing weird shit that would fuck with the environment or change anything. But they've let people track across as these people, crazy explorers, and who want to go across Antarctica and shit like that. They've let people go all over that motherfucker on their own, apparently.
Hmm. So I'm
But
guessing
the
that's a
moon,
quote.
the moon is what I'm more interested in. Go ahead, you were gonna read something I can't
There's a
see.
quote. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in, Donald Trump. Oh, wow. So the truth is coming out. It doesn't matter. Nostradamus said this is the last president, the last pope. All these predictions end November.
Wait, Nostradamus said that the last pope would have the same name as the first, and unless the
Yeah,
first name
I
was
know.
Pope Leo,
Wasn't it Peter? Peter.
it's widely considered the first pope. Yeah, how are we gonna get? How do we get there from
Yeah,
Leo?
I don't. Yeah, I don't get that part
Yeah,
because it didn't match up for me either. Because I was paying
yeah.
attention myself. I do know,
Right.
but I do know
Right.
it's 112 popes, so they could have. I mean, who knows? Who knows? It's supposed to be 112 popes, and he's 112, so he's
You're
allowed
not gonna engage me on this moon stuff, are you, man? I really
to
like hearing that. I want to know, why do you think the moon landing was fake?
go. There's a lot of anomalies in the photography, the that and the black sky, the shape of the Earth, and the fact
You
that
can
they
present
had
stuff.
video, but they
I
had
was gonna
video
say
of
you
him.
can present stuff if you could find one. Why don't you present any of those? Because the sky one is easy. In order to catch stars in the sky, you have to make adjustments to your camera.
I
That's
know, but
just a real thing.
the thing is, they were jumping and walking on video, but all they have is still pictures of the Earth
Wait,
and
wait, 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 wait. Artemis. I thought we just let's can we keep it at Artemis? I was just wanted to do
Artemis. Oh,
Artemis.
that
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, there's evidence of the ball. Yeah. Let me see. I've got it on my page. Most of my research. Let's see. Why was Mary left out of the gospel? Oh yeah, here it is. I found it. Okay, I'll do this and then full screen so you can see it. Let me get rid of the music. So the ball, for example, um,
Right.
it showed shadow with her hand, no shadow with the ball. Then it showed the green screen. It showed words all of a sudden. Like there's a lot of, and then stars started showing up on this. There's just so much evidence it was
Well,
a
you
fake.
got to do your investigation. I'm going to accuse you, and I like to poke a little bit. I'm not really
Oh,
accusing you of
oh, it's
anything,
okay. I'm just
but
researching and just
listen, I'm accusing
using
you of
critical
not
thinking.
researching. I'm accusing you of not researching because the first thing you would have done, because I assume everybody's out to trick me, and the first thing you would have done was found the original vid, and the
Hmm.
original vid of that has no such things. In fact, if you just YouTube that right there, the debunk, not only is the debunk up, all the popular flat earthers are showing that as, don't fall for this. Here's the original one. It does not have this. Someone
Hmm.
made this one with the chroma key on to trick you so that the
They can.
round people,
Yep, they can do that. That's the
yes.
problem too.
But the original though has no such artifact. Therefore, we can't use this as evidence when you say, I don't
The
believe Artemis was real.
No, but Artemis, the NASA, they're showing them moving in this pod, but they didn't just look out the window and show the
Right.
Earth moving. Not for
You
1 second did they even point the camera outside.
They got plenty of footage outside of the earth. Endless. I've
Not
been watching it.
it's Yeah, but it wasn't real. I'm talking about inside the capsule. Get the
Yep.
camera and
from
then moving
inside the
it
capsule,
towards.
pointing it to the window, moving it around with them, and pointing it to the earth with their pictures in
Yeah,
front of the camera
but
with earth behind them. There are some they're gonna be famous because they're going over all over the place now
I
with the
know,
earth
but it's all
behind
green.
them
I know, but
through the
that's all green
windows.
screen. It's all green screen, just like all this footage is all proving green screen. Because see, there was a red dot. Now there's no red dot. There was no. There was shadow on the hands.
No,
No,
no, no. We
no
got to
shadow
go
on
over
the
these
ball.
one by one. I don't want you to think that you're adding up evidence here. The one about the ball was wrong. And what was the one that you just said? Yeah, anything can be a green screen. So that's evidence
Hmm.
of nothing. I mean, I could show you any video evidence say it could be a green screen. That's evidence of nothing. Here, the ball, the red dot doesn't disappear. The bag simply rotates and you can't see it from the
Yep.
side.
No, no, it rotates multiple times. Here, I'll show you.
Yes, and from the side
No,
view, you can't see the ball and the red dot, and when it's facing you, you can see it.
well, I'll go right to that part so you can see
Yeah.
it because it spins more than once.
Yes, and it
It spins more than
disappears
once.
every
So
time the red dot it disappears when on the side view and it reappears on the front facing view. I got videos of this footage in my phone already.
here it is. See the red dot?
I'll never be able to see it on this phone. I do see the red dot. Yes,
Okay, it's showing you the first time that there is a red dot.
I agree. There's a red dot. What are they doing?
See, it spins. See,
Right,
watch it spin.
right.
No red dot on that
You can't
side.
see it on the side
And
when it's on the
whoa,
front.
whoa, whoa,
Why would
whoa,
you see
whoa.
it on the
No
side?
red dot. Oh, you missed it. You see red dot? No red dot.
Oh,
So that it's on one side,
yes, maybe
but
the red
now
dot's
it's
on
not
one
on that side.
side, right? When it spins, it's gonna
I know, but
disappear.
no, it's been 3 times. See, red dot, no red dot, and now no red dot again. So it's gone. See,
I
it's
I,
not there
I
anymore.
don't really see what
The
you're
red
saying. The
dot
only
moved.
time I see it disappear is when it spins. I'm getting my glasses and I'm getting the closest look as I can. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I see the red dot. I got this video somewhere.
But it spins 3 times. One,
Okay, things
see,
spin with no gravity. I don't see why that's a big deal.
no dot on
Wait,
that
wait, wait.
side. Now, no dot again. So the
No,
dot's
no,
not there
no, it's
anymore.
cut off. I don't
And
even
it
know.
moved.
I don't even know that the thing is cut off. That's not, I can't. I won't be making judgments
See the
off of
red?
this little ass picture. Here, let me. Is this on
No, it's okay.
YouTube?
You can look at this later.
Is it on YouTube? I
You
could.
can look at.
Are you on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on Flat Earth. It's on Facebook.
Okay, I don't have Facebook. I was gonna say I can zoom in if I
But
put it on another phone, but
that's okay.
yeah, you go another time.
But
Okay, but
you can
listen.
watch this
But wait,
episode.
wait, wait. I will. Yeah, I'm that type of guy. I will look at it again, and I already broke it down with some people, but I will look at it again. And that was the same thing. We broke it down and zoomed in and all of that shit. But I'll look at it again.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you pack a spinning piece of plastic with a red dot disappearing uh, against
Hmm.
all of the tens of thousands of people that are working, the videos that we saw, and all of that, you got to have big evidence to disprove it. You can't give me a flying red dot. Give me the good shit that would make you. You can't just crush everything you've seen with your
Yeah.
eyes because of a red dot.
The thing is, I went in before I did any investigating. I already knew they're going to lie to us.
Prove it.
NASA
Now's the
means
time.
to deceive. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. The guy who Werner
Everyone
von Braun,
deceives. I'll
who
give you that.
started.
Yes, I'll give you that.
Yeah, but Werner von Braun, the guy who started NASA, he had on his tombstone Psalms 28. What was it? I've got it also. I posted that as well. But on his tombstone, he talks about the firmament, which acknowledges the firmament, and that you can't get past it.
It just
The only people that can
acknowledges
get
that some guy said firmament, and some people may think firmament means skies above, and some people may think firmament means glass dome that you can't get through. Did he have on the casket? It's a firmament glass dome that you can't get through. And because Von Braun wrote it on his casket, that's still not going to make me ignore that I've been to fucking Florida and seen rocket launches. It's still not because somebody wrote something. Is there a smoking gun? Is there something big? There is not.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I could go through all my evidence, but I haven't got it in front of me.
I
But
I got a million
I'm
buddies who I
convinced.
argued this with, and in fact, I got the
Oh,
debunk of the first one. I got that on my phone too. I just don't have your info. I done sent you that. I've been over the so-called evidence of these, and none of them I turned out to be good so far. I mean, if we're talking about a spinning
mhm.
dot, you got to weigh the spinning dot against how do we recreate gravity. I mean, to my knowledge, it's just not something we can do. We can do it on the vomit comet for about 30 seconds max. Continuous
uh,
gravity, we have to float in water. They're talking. We know there's no
gravity.
water.
Well, That's what I believe. They did a lot of the space stuff in the first one underwater, but there is no gravity. Gravity is not real. It's density. If gravity was real, we wouldn't have hot air balloons able to fly away. It's density.
Can you hear
Density is
me?
what we live in. We
No.
don't live in gravity.
Check,
Yep.
check,
Yep.
check, check. I can't hear
Well,
you.
I
I
should
think
wrap
I
up.
don't know if you can hear me at all.
I can
Is there
hear
somewhere
you,
I can
but I'm going to end the show. It's been 5 hours, and thank you all for joining me and this very long episode. A lot of information got through, a lot of stuff very controversial. But I thank you for coming. I'm not sure. I'm not sure when I'm booked next, but this is a series, Raising Frequencies, going on from now till the end of July. I'm just following Gene Dixon's uh, predictions. The next one will be from August to November, and that will be the where she says Trump is gone. He just leaves. He doesn't quit. He's not killed. He's just gone, disappears. So how that happens, I don't know. But I'm taking her what she said with a grain of salt. And I know that it is now a time is going to be overburdening for a lot of people. The truth that's going to be coming out is going to be traumatic, and it's going to be hard. It was hard for me. It was hard for me. My father told me he became a pastor because of my faith. So finding out that what I found out since then uh, is disturbing. And but I hope to empower. That's my goal. I want to find the truth, and when I find it, I want to share it. And it could cost me friendships, but my faith is strong. I may not be attached to any uh, religion, but I did want to hear what everyone had to say. And so I read their books, and I put two and two together and try to make sense of it. And I hope, it really helped open my eyes to a lot of things that I would have never known. No pastor would have told me what I've known today. And it's some of it's speculation, just by summing up everything all together. But I really didn't want to get into why I think Artemis was fake. But I'm open to talk about anything. So I look forward to. I appreciate anyone who's watching. Uh, I thank you for your time, and I hope this helps. That's what it's here for. It's here to help. Can you handle the truth?
handle the truth.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.